in which we assemble this morning, please rise and pledge your allegiance to our flag. As we conclude our pledge, please remain standing for a brief meditation passed down from Joe Brown. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. I suggest we open our meeting by standing in silent meditation, asking guidance in our conduct of this Deerfield Town Meeting that may prove an effective self-government for us all. Guide us in our voting by a sense of purpose and human understanding. In our hands today lie the business affairs of the town for the future. Grant us the sense of fairness to allow all citizens to participate regardless of experience. Help us express ourselves with restraint and dignity, that we may work together harmoniously for the well-being of our town in the coming year. So let it be. Please be seated. That was written by Joe Brown, who used open town meetings during his tenure as moderator 45 years ago. Welcome to the first session of the 2016 Deerfield Town Meeting. The town officials seated before you this morning are our selectmen, Steve Barry, Rebecca Hutchinson, Andy Robertson, Jeff Shute, and Dick Pittman. The town clerk, Kevin Barry, deputy town clerk, Kelly Roberts, the town administrator, Jan Foisey, the finance director, Penny Touche, the bookkeeper, Peter LeMay, and on the floor we have the checklist supervisors, Harry Katie, Gloria Reel, and Tom Dillon. The ballot clerks this morning are Barbara Daly, Cynthia Tomlinson, Kathy Berglund, and Sherry Sanborn. Everyone should check in and get cards so you'll be prepared to vote. And the police chief, Chief Duquette, is also here. The chair recognizes Selectman Barry for the purpose of making a presentation.
Serving on any board in this town sometimes can be time-consuming and possibly annoying, but I wanted to stand and say thank you to Selectwoman Hutchinson for giving us the last 3 years and putting up with the rest of us, but mostly for the time spent. And it's not the first time that she served the community, but I'd like to say thank you for stepping up and doing what she's done for the last 3 years.
The purpose, rules, and decorum for this meeting. Each member who wishes to vote in this meeting should have checked in with the ballot clerks and should have received a voting card and a sheet of ballots. If you're a registered voter and have not checked in yet, please do so now. Who are the individuals present who are not registered voters in the town of Deerfield? Not registered voters in the town of Deerfield. We have, I think, 2 only. Okay. Though not permitted to vote, by Deerfield tradition, you are permitted to participate in debate. The rules for this meeting will be Robert's Rules of Order as modified by the moderator in accordance with the laws of the state of New Hampshire. Our meeting today is for the transaction of all business other than voting by official ballot. This first session shall consist of explanation, discussion, and debate of each warrant article. Our business today is to consider each warrant article and, within the limits of the law, determine the details of those articles to be voted by official ballot in the March 8th second session. Amendments to articles are in order and will be voted at this meeting. However, at the conclusion of our deliberation on each article, we will not vote. Instead, the chair will instruct the town clerk to place the article on the official ballot. Our order of the day is the town warrant. The chair will read each article, then request a motion to place it on the official ballot and a second for that motion. The maker of the motion will have the first opportunity to speak. Then the floor will be open to all. If you wish to address the meeting, please approach the microphone. The chair will recognize members at the microphone in turn. When it is your turn to speak, please step up to the microphone, speak directly into it. The microphone is voice activated. Your remarks are recorded so the clerk may make an accurate record of the meeting. All remarks must be confined to the merits of the pending question or to questions of order or privilege, and all remarks must be addressed to the chair. When you are recognized, please state your name. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to express his or her views. You may speak as many times as you wish, but all members who wish to speak will have a first turn before any has a second. The overriding principle in all cases is fairness. A speaker may address the currently pending question, or he may move to close debate, but he may not do both in the same turn. This means that if a speaker argues for or against a motion, he may not then conclude his remarks with, "And I move the previous question." We adopted this rule many years ago, and with the support of the Assembly, we'll follow it at this meeting. A secret ballot will be conducted when requested by 5 members in writing prior to a hand vote. Such request must be for a specific vote, not for all votes in this meeting or all amendments to this article. The secret ballot provision exists to offer secrecy and is not intended to be used as a tactic of delay. If you wish to request a secret ballot, please approach a microphone and when recognized, make the request, then pass the written request to the moderator. Otherwise, votes will be by a show of voting cards. If the chair cannot judge a clear majority, he will move to a division. Likewise, if a member is not satisfied that the result announced by the chair is correct, he should request a division. Division will be a count of the raised cards. 7 members who question any non-ballot vote immediately after it is announced may request a written ballot vote. If the margin of the vote by division is narrow, the moderator may also move to a ballot vote. 5 voters may request a recount of a written ballot vote, providing that the vote margin is not more than 10% of the total vote cast. In this case, the recount shall take place immediately following the public announcement of that vote. If there is something you wish to accomplish here, but you are uncertain how to proceed, please ask. You can do that at any time during the meeting at the microphone, or you can approach any of us during a recess. Similarly, if during the meeting something is not clear to you, please rise to a point of inquiry and ask for an explanation. Finally, the role of the moderator is to fairly organize and regulate the meeting according to rules agreeable to the members. Rulings of the moderator are subject to appeal by a member. Appeal must be made immediately following the ruling. A second is required. The ruling and the appeal will be explained to the meeting, then the members will vote either to sustain or reverse the ruling. And now we turn to the warrant. To the inhabitants of the town of Deerfield, in the county of Rockingham and said state qualified to vote in town affairs, you are hereby notified to meet at the Town Hall, 10 Church Street on Saturday, the 30th day of January 2016 at 9 a.m. This session shall consist of explanation, discussion, and deliberation of the warrant articles numbered 1 through 19. The warrant articles may be amended subject to the following limitations. Warrant articles whose wording is prescribed by law shall not be amended. Warrant articles that are amended shall be placed on the official ballot for a final vote on the main motion as amended. There's one piece that's not mentioned there also. You cannot simply remove all content from a warrant article anymore and just make it say like 2C and no more. So now we skip over the rest of this. The zoning amendments are not taken up at this meeting. They're just on the ballot for March 8th. And we go to zoning amendment 5. Article 1. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $375,000 for the purpose of purchasing a fire tanker for the fire department and authorize the withdrawal of $68,474 from the Fire Apparatus and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund created for that purpose. The balance of $306,526 to come from general taxation. Recommended by the Selectmen 4-0, recommended by the Budget Committee 8-0, estimated tax impact 55 cents. Do we have a motion to place Article 1 on the ballot?
Mr. Moderator,
Yeah, the chair recognizes Mr. Berry.
I would move the article as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 1 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Berry.
I would defer to the fire chief.
Chief Tibbetts.
Good morning. By purchasing this tanker, we're going to replace it with 2 trucks. We've already turned our 1975 tanker over to the Highway Department to be used for wetting down roads. The other one we're going to replace is a 1980 International engine, which does not pass pump tests anymore. Our current tanker that we use every day for about every call, as well as mutual aid calls, is 29 years old. We are going to keep that because it is 7 years newer than the oldest truck we're getting rid of. We need water when we pull up to a fire scene, so this is a very important piece of apparatus for the department.
Further discussion on Article 1.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Berry.
I would also note that we are coming, we hope, to the last year of payment on the last new fire apparatus that we bought. We're able to pay it off a little bit early because of good investments and the money that's been set aside by the town. With the acceptance of a warrant article in here, we'll be able to pay it off entirely so we can move on to taking care of this one. The value, I just wanted to speak about the 55-cent tax impact. That's 55 cents for every $1,000 that your property is worth. You can use that to figure out what the cost of this is. It's a one-time cost. It's not a lease. It'll be paid for, if approved, this year.
Any further discussion on this article? Chief Tibbetts.
I might also say that this truck will be a 3,000-gallon tank. It will be a 1,500-minute pump. It will be housed at South Station because it does not fit in the current station, the Central Station. I'd just like to also bring up that in the last year that Deerfield has seen a growth of homes in town. We built over 20 houses last year. In the upcoming year of 2016, we're going to see at least 20 to 30 more houses on the South Deerfield side of town and the Mount Delight side. So Deerfield is growing. We got to keep up with the times.
Mr. Berglund.
Just a question about the fund is going to have a balance in it, and how was the amount determined to be taken from the fund for this purchase? Are there other purchases coming ahead? Or I guess another question is, why didn't we just buy it out of this fund?
Is there anyone who would speak to that?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Berry?
You'll see as we go down in Article 8, we'll be looking to take $31,526 out of that account to merge with the $195,000 we have in the fund to pay off the existing fire engine lease that we have. So that is how we came up with the number of $68,474. That will be what's left to use as a down payment for the tanker.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will place Article 1 on the ballot as printed. Article 2, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $243,000 for the reconstruction of 4,500 feet on South Road from house number 57 South Road to house number 100 South Road. This warrant article to be offset by impact fees in the amount of $30,000 for 2,250 feet from 57 South Road to 80 South Road to increase the road width from 22 to 24 feet. Recommended by the Selectmen 5-0, the Budget Committee 7-1. The tax impact is 44 cents. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot?
Motion to move it as written?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to place the article on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Berry.
Among the Board of Selectmen, it's been recommended to us highly that we put road projects like this into a warrant article. I note that we will also be using impact fees to offset the cost, and then I would defer to the road agent, Mr. Young.
Agent Young.
I was asked by the Budget Committee to come up with a
long-range plan on getting caught back up on the road reconstruction, because we've been using our overage for winter maintenance comes out of our road reconstruction fund, and this is a good way for us to get caught back up on road reconstruction.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 2? Ms. Cady?
For a number of years, until the last maybe 5 or 6, the state paid for paving and we paid for plowing of South Road because of the use of the road for Bear Brook State Park. That fund went away probably when highway funding was going down because of the gas tax. Now that the state has increased the gas tax, has the Board of Selectmen wrote a letter to the Department of Transportation asking will that special fund be returned to Deerfield? And would you copy it to our Executive Counselor, Chris Pappas, please?
Any further discussion? Mr. Cody?
Morning, Alex Cody, 5 James City Road. Just out of curiosity, what exactly is being done? Number one, and number two, is the $30,000 of impact fee money that's being taken, is that coming off of that warrant article? Or is that in fact $270,000 with the $30,000 included? It's written, it's very confusing the way it's written.
All right, I heard two questions. Is there someone who would answer those questions? Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, the total cost is $243. We have to spell it out that way for the warrant article, and the $30,000 is being used to offset costs in that amount.
Okay, that's one part. What actually is being done for $243,000?
I would defer to the road agent to discuss, the actual aspects of this, grinding, paving, rebuilding, et cetera.
Morning. It's going to be grinding, gravel's going to be added, all the culverts are going to be replaced, and the ditching, and obviously the widening of that first section.
Well, not to throw stones, but based on the numbers that I've gone over, that doesn't make any sense. The numbers don't add up. What are we paying a ton for asphalt?
This particular project is going to be base coated and topped, and it's going to be complete when it's done. So that's the extra, 2.5 inch of base and 1.5 inches of top.
Any further discussion on Article 2? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 2 on the ballot as printed. Article 3, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 for the purpose of replacing windows, siding, doors, sheetrocking, and energy improvements to the remaining outside walls of the George B. White Building from the rear corner near tennis courts toward Pizzeria, including storefront area to double entranceway, as well as a budding wall. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot?
Moved as written?
Seconded, please.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 3 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Berry.
This is a continuing set of warrant articles we've been putting forward now for 5 years. We started at $35,000 to do each side that we've been attempting. We're finally getting to the back section where the pizzeria is, and we're finding that, there's no wall there. There's no insulation, there's no anything. To take off the siding and you're looking in the building at drywall. So we found that the cost is, this will be the final year. This is the final part of the project. And the cost has gone up to $80,000 to do everything that we need to do to bring the building into the year 2016 and hopefully not have, we are also replace some roofing, and there are other sort of jobs we need to do, but the final phase of the upgrading of the structure is $80,000, and we'd like your approval to finish it.
Further discussion on Article 3? Seeing none? Oh, Ms. Katie?
Because we know that those walls had nothing, as you just stated, now that we've basically insulated and done this, have the selectmen done any tracking of the energy savings that we're making?
Is anyone?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Robertson?
I would note that the portion that we have found, and basically what it was, were what we thought were standard construction walls turned out to be prefabricated panels with a little foam on the back of them. We didn't find that out until the contractors went through the walls this summer. We have not done an energy audit since the work that was completed this summer. In the past, we have done energy audits, and the Board of Selectmen would certainly look to that as we finish this building off and close it. But we have a substantial section that is still the prefabricated sort of sandwich board on the outside, and that's what we aim to complete with this warrant article, and I would certainly believe that the Board of Selectmen would look to track the energy usage and note any savings.
Any further discussion on Article 3? The clerk will place Article 3 on the ballot as printed. Article 4, to see if the town will vote to establish a winter road maintenance expendable trust fund for the purpose of managing winter weather. Oh, I better read it all. To see if the town will vote to establish a winter maintenance expendable trust fund per RSA 31:19-A for the purpose of managing winter weather, including but not limited to plowing and removing snow, sanding and chemically treating streets, and otherwise responding to hazardous road conditions related to winter weather, and to raise and appropriate $75,000 to be put in the fund, with this amount to come from unassigned fund balance. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend. This fund will have a cap of $100,000, no amount to be raised from taxation. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, recommended by the Municipal Budget Committee 8-0. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot?
Motion to move is written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 4 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Barry.
So everyone remembers last winter, and the first 5 months of the year really ate at our snow budget. Thankfully, we didn't get hit too hard in the month of December. We were able to make it out. But basically what this is an attempt to put some money away in case we get a winter like last year. It's very difficult to fund winter maintenance when you're talking about January through March at the beginning of the year, and maybe November and December at the end of the year. You could have a good time in the beginning of the year and a bad time at the end, or vice versa. This is just a hedge fund against a bad winter like we had last year, and expenses. We'll cap it at $100,000, and it will not be from taxation.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I would piggyback on the road agent's comments of a few minutes ago, too. Essentially, what happens when we have a winter like we had last winter, where we overexpend the winter maintenance line, is that we dip into planned road reconstruction in the spring. So this is an attempt to stay true to the budget's purposes by having some money in the event that we need to go over the limit that we have for winter road maintenance, and still be able to do ditching, culverting, road reconstruction, that sort of thing, and not skimp on that because of the prior winter.
Any further discussion of Article 4? Mr. Spillane?
James Spillane, 16 Swamp Road. I would just add that the Budget Committee's hope is that having this fund will allow us to stabilize the appropriation of funds for the Highway Department, so that we're not constantly having issues where planned projects go undone. We've got to raise a huge amount of money one year to accomplish those projects, and then we end up with a surplus another year. Hopefully this will allow us to be more even in the budgeting process, where we can plan our projects out and know that the money is sitting in the fund that we can replenish from surplus on any year that we have a good, easy winter.
Yes.
Claudia Libus, Maple Avenue. I'm just interested.
Could you say your last name?
Libus, Libis.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
No problem. I'm just interested in the part where it says that it names the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend, and I'm not quite sure what that means. Does that mean that if there's a huge storm expected tomorrow, that the road agent has to come to the Board of Selectmen and ask permission to buy salt, or how does this work? To me, it seems more sensible to say that the road agent would expend it.
Ms. Moderator?
Someone speak. Mr. Robertson, thank
Yeah,
you.
just by virtue of how municipal finance works, the Board of Selectmen is the agent that expends anyway. When the road agent orders sand, orders salt, irregardless of this fund, the Board of Selectmen are the final authority with regard to approval on that. And this is just a continuation of that.
I think, I'm just trying to support that question. I think there was a question there about would the road agent need to check with the selectmen before a storm? Mr. Berry.
No, the road agent has the responsibility to take care of the roads. The reason the Board of Selectmen are the agents to expend is because he would just buy sand or buy whatever he needed to do what he had to do. We'd have to find a way to cover the cost.
Yes.
Jim Sullivan, 12 Wild Turkey. This is a trust fund world detail. I'd like to suggest an amendment to the line, the fund will have a cap of $100,000, to read, the fund will have a cap of $100,000 in principal. You're going to have the every year effect that it's going to earn interest. It's not going to be a lot, but you're going to have $20, $50, $100 sitting that will be above 100. What do you do with it? Do you pay it out? Do you, the detail of the way you've worded it, it'll just be a every year hiccup to worry about anything above 100,000.
Yeah, Mr. Berry? Well, wait a minute. Is this a proposed amendment right now? You're saying I would like to amend?
Well, I'm suggesting that this fund is intended to live forever, right? You're going to inevitably bump into just the detail of the fund's going to have above 100,000 because it's earned interest. We hope as time.
Yeah, all right. I got that part. Are you proposing an amendment?
I'm suggesting if I
Say yes.
yes.
It helps me. Thank you. Do we have a second for this, for Mr. Sullivan's amendment? Thank you, Mr. Spillane. It's been moved and seconded that we amend Article 4 to the fund will have a cap of $100,000 in principle. Now the amendment is open for discussion. Mr. Berry, you had your hand up?
I was going to suggest that the wording be plus applicable interest as may come.
But we have an amendment now. Let's stay with this one for now. Ms. Katie.
I have a question, and I think it fits both sides of the question, whether the amendment or the article. How much have we ever over-expended the plowing budget?
Hold that, because we just want to talk about, do we want to say in principle? We're just working on an amendment right now. Hold that
Then
thought.
I agree with in
Okay.
principle.
Is there any further discussion on in principle? Would you like to suggest we modify that amendment or anything? Are you okay?
It's good.
It's okay.
It'll work.
Yeah. Anything else? Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
Jeannie Menard, 36 Mountain Road. This is very minor, and I was hesitant to bring it forward, but since we're amending, can we consider adding for the purpose of managing winter weather
Hold it.
maintenance?
No, we don't want to talk about that yet. We're still working on just one amendment. Should
Okay.
we say in principle? Is there further discussion on amending this article to add as the last, let's see, to add after $100,000 in principle? Seeing none, are you ready for the vote? The vote is on the amendment to Article 4 to make the sentence, the fund will have a cap of $100,000, say instead, the fund will have a cap of $100,000 in principle. All in favor, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. Thank you. Cards down. Those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. It's unanimous. The amendment is adopted. Now we're back on the main article. So, Ms. Katie, you wanted to speak to that?
My question is, in any year's winter storms, no matter how bad the winter, have we ever expended $100,000? Do we need to go $100,000?
Mr. Robertson.
The road agent can correct me if I'm wrong, but $100,000 is essentially, in my experience, one good significant winter storm. By the time we're done paying contractors, salt, sand, that sort of thing. And I don't know if Mark has anything he could add to that, if I'm a little off on the number, or...
I'd like to see those manifest.
I think it was very close to 100,000 last year that we went over.
But that was for the total year.
Great.
Is there further discussion on Article 4? Ms. Menard.
Thank you. In the first sentence where it says to see if the town will vote towards the trust fund for the purpose of managing winter weather, I don't believe we would ever have enough money to manage winter weather. What we're managing is winter weather expenses or winter weather maintenance. So it's just a clarification grammatically. So I think whether it's necessary or not, I don't know, but I would like to raise that. I would like to make a motion to clarify the statement for the purpose of managing winter weather expenses.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to amend this article to add the term expenses following winter weather. Is there any further discussion on the amendment, this amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the vote? The vote is on amending Article 4 for the purpose of managing winter weather expenses, including but not limited to plowing and removing snow, sanding, and chemically treating streets. Adding that word expenses to the first sentence of Article 4. All in favor signify by raising your cards and keeping them raised. Thank you. Cards down. Those opposed, raise your cards and keep them. It's unanimous. And the amendment is adopted. We're now back on the main article, Article 4. Is there further discussion of Article 4 or amendment to Article 4? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 4 on the ballot as amended. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $63,379 for the purpose of re-roofing the third section of the George B. White Building. Do we have a motion to, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, the Budget Committee 8-0, the tax impact is 11 cents. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot as printed?
Moved as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 5 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Barry.
Once again, another housekeeping article with the George B. White Building. We need to replace the roof on the back section with the pizza place. Hopefully with this and the other warrant article, the building will finally be sealed and we can move on to other things.
Further discussion on this article. Mr. O'Neill.
Alan O'Neill, 1 Millstone Lane. A question, the fund balance of the Municipal Government Buildings Infrastructure Expandable Trust. I know it comes up in a later warrant article, but I'm curious on why we maybe didn't look at that. If it was in the budget, forgive me, I could not find it.
Is there someone who would speak to the? Yeah, Mr. Barry.
We're looking it up at the moment, sir. Please give us one moment.
Trustee of the trust.
Trustee of the trust funds has it, sir.
That makes sense.
Mr. Sullivan? $41,816.27 to the microphone.
Thank you.
Ms. Katie?
Does this figure include the cost of replacing the ceiling panels from the leakage that has occurred from the roof?
Mr. Tibbetts?
No, it doesn't. This is just for the roof. That roof was seal coated about 20 years ago. The life expectancy is out of it. We plan to replace all the ceiling tiles as we get the roofs, new roofs on. It's no sense to keep replacing them because you can replace them every day of the week.
Further discussion or amendment
Go ahead.
to this article? Mr. Spillane?
I just have one question on what type of technology are we replacing the roof with? Is it going to be the same rubber roof type of stuff that was there before that leaked, or are we going with something newer that's going to hold up better, and what's the life expectancy of that?
Mr. Tibbetts?
We're going with a new technology roof, and I believe the expectancy is 40 years, this new roof.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 5?
Yes. I'm just glad to hear that Mrs. Katie agrees that we need this done from her comments.
I don't always agree with you.
That's right.
No, that doesn't work. Is there any further discussion or amendment to Article 5? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 5 on the ballot as printed. Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in the previously established Fire Apparatus and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot as printed?
Moved as written?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to place Article 6 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Berry.
Once again, the Board of Selectmen is asking the town to prepare for the future. It's only because the town has been willing to do so that we'll be able to pay off an existing fire engine lease almost 3 years earlier than scheduled. We need to continue putting away money for the purpose of replacing fire apparatus and other things, because everything we have is probably at least 20 years old. And then there's air breathing apparatus that we need to replace and assorted other issues. So we would ask that the town continue to support putting money away to take care of these things.
I should say this is recommended by the Selectmen 5-0, the Budget Committee 8-0. The estimated tax impact is 9 cents. Do we have further discussion or amendment to Article 6? Mr. Berglund.
Eric Berglund, 23 Nottingham Road. It sounds like we have a plan here for this capital investment. And so looking out into the future, where can we see that? I know it's on the board in the conference room, or at least it used to be, at George B. White, but I believe to carry it to, so we all have information about what we're looking at down the road. Is it on the website? Is there a printed copy? Where is it? We'd like to see it. I would, certainly, but I think we all have that.
Mr. Moderator?
Are you getting enough volume? Are you getting enough volume? Okay. Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I don't know that we have it in, I know that we don't have it on a website. I don't know that we have it in an easily readable written document either. Probably the best place to start would be with the fire chief and the fire department, and I don't know what he has written down that's easily accessible and easily understood, but there is a very definite plan. Most of it is driven by the dates on the equipment, particularly the self-contained breathing apparatus, turnout gear, that sort of thing, all has a very specific timeline that it can be certified for, and we're regularly advised by both our insurance carrier and best standards and practices from the manufacturers of what that time frame is for the non-vehicle equipment, and that's what we use to put together the plan.
Now, wouldn't the Budget Committee be interested in this plan? They must have, you provide that to them.
As the
Some
Budget
form.
Committee, as a Selectman's rep to the
Yeah.
Budget Committee, I can tell you that there was general discussion about this. The fire chief did present some information, particularly with regard to breathing apparatus and some of the other equipment, but there was not a specific hard and fast plan presented on paper to the Budget Committee.
So I think this is important to have. How do we get this? And actually, I believe well, go ahead.
I sure could come up with a printout of everything that needs to be replaced. After we replace this tanker, we're looking probably about 6-7 years out before we will replace another truck, unless something goes wrong with one. Breathing apparatus, we got a grant 10 years ago. It runs out in 2016. They have to be replaced. The bottles at 5 years later from that have to be drilled and done away with. That's a mandate. Protective gear, we got a grant 10 years ago. We got it 3 different years. We're having to replace it last year, this year, next year, because gear has to be replaced every 10 years, just like air packs. Our Jaws of Life are outdated because they do not cut new metals, so we're looking to replace that. Our Cascade system that fills the air bottles is outdated. We need to replace that. Primex came down this year and looked at all that stuff, and they went along with me also saying that this has to be replaced. So when you get federal grants, when you get the stuff all at once, it comes up and has to be replaced all at once. So this is the problem we're going for. We are going to, in 2016, put a federal grant in for a Cascade system in Jaws. Hopefully we can get it, but this is stuff that we use every day of the week, and we have to keep up with modern technology.
Yes.
Andrea Hoteling, 1 Lakeview Lane. I'm fairly new to the area, and I'm unfamiliar with this process.
Could you just do me one favor and spell your name?
Oh, yes, Hotaling.
Thank you.
And so, this is the first time I've attempted any of this, looking at the budget. And one thing that seems to me is, in a budgetary sense, it seems to me all these ideas of having capital reserves ahead of time make sense. So I don't understand where we went astray in the past, that we're now paying $375,000 to buy a fire truck that should have been reserved for ahead of time. But one thing I don't see in any of the details, and maybe it's here and I just haven't looked far enough, is all these reserve funds. I think the townspeople knowing what the balances are would be very helpful, kind of with the similar question to the previous speaker. I'd like to know that in my tax bill, I'm paying enough ahead of time that there won't be a surprise, 15 years down the road. And I am certainly kind of aghast when I look at the proposed increases this year. If I add them all up, I look at like a 20% increase. Again, maybe I'm not seeing the numbers correctly, but I'd just like to record that having information about what these fund balances are and what's going on with them would be very helpful in evaluating what should be put into the fund balances and what are the plans for repairing things down the road. Thank you.
Mr. Berry?
I would say that, first off, they're printed every year in the town report, all the trust fund balances and all the accounts that are being held.
Ms. Katie?
The thing that I am wondering about is that we were told that we had to do the capital reserve fund by law, and that is a planning board responsibility. Has that capital reserve fund, the capital reserve plan been done by the planning board? And I know it only requires a public hearing, but if it's been done, perhaps that's where the select board need to point citizens to see what's in the capital reserve plan for the future, and should, I believe, be looking at that for the articles that are going to cost us money. The second part of this is one of the reasons that the mutual fire aid and the police aid from other towns was developed so that some of the equipment another town might have would be used in a mutual aid situation. And I'm wondering if we're getting away from the fact that one town might have this and another town might have that, and we're all in that mutual aid agreement plan.
Moderator?
Yeah, let's stay on this.
I just want to give further information to the
Capital reserve. I think you answered it. What's? Yeah, good. Mr. Berry had one extension to his answer to Ms. Hoagland.
You'll be receiving in the mail a voter's guide from the Board of Selectmen. In that, the capital reserve funds will be listed. Also, the town report will be available hopefully 7 days prior. What's that? Has to be. Okay. A week before voting.
Mr. Cody.
Yes, Alex Cody, James City Road. This is kind of a question to the chief, just to make people aware of what happens and how it happens. The gear is in fact outdated. SCBA's are in fact outdated. We are a volunteer department. Everybody in this town knows everybody else. I would feel pretty poorly if I arrived at a scene and I found one of my firemen that I work with deceased, injured because of poor gear and poor SCBA units. Two-part question. What is the cost of a set of bunker gear? And what is the cost of one SCBA unit?
We're only talking about putting money into a capital reserve fund.
I understand.
We're
but
not
this
talking
is-
about.
I understand that, Jack, but this is directly related to how much money that capital reserve fund is and why the capital reserve fund is being created. It's expensive. People need to know that.
Mr. Tibbetts?
One air pack is $6,135. We have currently 20 air packs in the town of Deerfield with about 10 bottles. We've had to do away with a couple air packs in the last couple weeks because it's cost more to repair them than it's worth. Last year we ordered 3 air packs. We've ordered 3 more this year. Hopefully we're going to order some more for the end of the year. One coat, one jacket, it's about $1,600. $350 for a pair of boots, $500 for a helmet, $100 for a pair of gloves, $30 for a hood. It keeps going on. The guys have to have that, and the girls to go in the building. That's their life. As far as Harriet mentioned about mutual aid, we do mutual aid all the time. We give equipment to other towns, they give equipment to us. But in a town, we have to make sure that we have the equipment to maintain the town of Deerfield in case other towns are busy, like Jaws of Life. We have accidents all the time. Crucial time, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, you gotta get to a scene and start to cut the people out of the vehicles. So we have to make sure the town of Deerfield is capable of taking care of the residents of the town of Deerfield in case other towns are tied up.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 6? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 6 on the ballot as printed. Article 7, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $35,250 for the purpose of paving the transfer station with 1.5-inch overlay, approximately 4,400 square yards. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, the Budget Committee 8-0. The tax impact is 6 cents.
Motion to move as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 7 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion or amendment. Mr. Berry.
Everyone's been down to the transfer station, I hope, recently. The existing paving is getting old. It needs to be resurfaced. We've attempted to try and have some money in the budget to do it, but again, at the recommendation of the Budget Committee, we put it in as a warrant article. the longer we don't go and surface it, the better chance of it starting to break up and getting beyond just resurfacing and needing complete replacement.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 7? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 7 on the ballot as printed. Article 8. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $31,526 for the purpose of paying the fifth and final year's lease payment for the fire department's fire engine and authorize the withdrawal of $31,526 from the fire apparatus and equipment capital reserve fund created for that purpose, no amount to be raised by taxation. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-0, recommended by the Municipal Budget Committee 8-0. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot?
Moved as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 8 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion or amendment. Mr. Barry.
So due to the foresight of the voters of the town of Deerfield, we were able to put some money away for a fire engine that we bought 3 years ago, Mark. We were able to put away we have $198,690.85 in the capital reserve fund. I think it was an initial investment of $90,000 each. Through some investing, we've gotten some serious interest out of it. Due to having that money and the money that we're asking for to take out of the fire apparatus and equipment capital reserve fund, we will be able to pay off the lease and completely own the fire engine 3 years early. Again, we're looking to the town to continue putting money away, so we'll also be in this position down the road.
Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you. The question, Article 8 confuses me a little bit. Are we raising and appropriating the sum of $31,526 and asking to pull the same amount out of the capital reserve? Or are we just asking to pull $31,526 out of the capital reserve? Because if we're raising funds, I don't see how we're doing it with no impact.
Mr. Barry.
I'm confused.
Or
on
someone.
that. And maybe it's just me.
It's wording. We need to raise and appropriate the money, but we're saying that it will be taken out of the reserve fund and that it will not be raised from taxation. We need for wording purposes for this meeting and the warrant to say it needs to be raised and appropriated.
Okay. It was previously raised and appropriated and put in that fund.
Correct.
So we're just pulling it out, which is what I thought of. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Spillane.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if paying off the lease early has any effect on warranty and/or maintenance for the vehicle that would have normally been covered because it was still a leased vehicle.
Mr. Tibbetts.
The cab and chassis is done by Spartan. That's no obligation for far as paying off the lease, and the body part of it's Valley. So we're just paying off the lease purchase a lot earlier, owning the truck, and it's helping out the taxpayers of the town of Deerfield.
Mr. Sullivan.
Jim Sullivan, 12 Wild Turkey. Just a point of clarification, when a trust fund is created and the Board of Selectmen is named as the agent to expend, they don't need any additional authority to spend that trust money. You're incorporating it in these warrants, you're using that language as an explanation of where the money's going to come from. But the structure of trust fund creation and authorizing, selectmen, once they've been given the authority to spend, they have the authority to spend. Same applies to the Board of Education on the school side. You just need to maintain good accounting practices on how you document how you spent the money. I believe, and I might have to go back and ask the division at the state for clarification, but I don't think it's true. If the motion fails, it doesn't take away your authority to spend that money. You've had that authority since you created the trust fund.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 8? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 8 on the ballot as printed. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of up to $25,000 to be placed in the previously established Municipal Government Buildings Infrastructure Expendable Trust Fund, said funds to come from unassigned fund balance, no amount to be raised from taxation. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, recommended by the Municipal Budget Committee 8-0. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot?
Moved as written?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 9 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Berry.
Again, we had spoken before about the balance of this fund is $41,816.27. The selectmen would like the ability to put up to $25,000 into it for future needs.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 9?
Judith Marshall, 8 Poor Farm Road. Could someone explain the funds to come from unassigned fund balance?
Who would speak to that? Mr. Berry.
Basically, it's surplus. It's, again, at the end of the year, when the Board of Selectmen look at the existing funds available to make, to reduce the tax rate, we have what's called an unassigned fund balance. Basically, we use that and did this year to keep the taxes pretty much level. Again, we would be asking for the authority to take $25,000 out of that fund to put into this trust fund.
Is there further discussion or amendment to this article? Mr. Berglund.
Just a point, we talked before about capital investment plan, and this would be helpful here to see what, to sort of see what you're looking at, the select board is looking at. By putting money aside, and also we have heard before that we're getting to the end, or we're at the end with the work at George B. White. Now, there may be other government buildings that you have in mind, but here we're taking money that could be, and I'm not recommending this, but it could be returned to the taxpayers. I mean, you have to put it in the fund. Capital improvement plan would show us, oh, well, we have something coming up over here, and we want to plan for it. We're going to put it aside. And that's good, too. But it's just knowing what's down the road, what you folks are looking at, so we can see it, too, and agree on what the choices are. Thank you.
Mr. Berry.
There's a gentleman named Murphy. We have no plan for this fund, but history has shown us that something's going to step up, like a furnace or some other water, circulators, pumps. Mark, don't we have to look at a possibility of replacing the pump at the George B. White in the pump house or something in the pump house? Okay, so basically, no, we don't have a plan, but we have a number of old buildings that will surprise us.
Mr. Tibbetts.
It's only January 30th, and I've had 2 major problems with furnaces at the George B. White. It was only 10 days into the month, and I was spending $8,000 and $10,000.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 9? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 9 on the ballot as printed. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of supplementing revolving account funds, monetary donations, and in-kind donations to develop baseball, softball, and soccer fields and supporting infrastructure on Hartford Brook Field by petition. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, the Municipal Budget Committee 6-0, 1 abstention, and the estimated tax impact is 4 cents. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot?
So moved.
It has to be done, so. Thank you. Mr. Shute, the article is now, it has been moved and seconded to place Article 10 on the ballot as printed. The second was Mr. Robertson. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Shute. Discussion and amendment. Mr. Shute.
Yeah, the article, I don't know how many people are aware of Hartford Brook Field. It's a piece of property that was part of there's a development over there that was given to this area of the town. And we're trying to develop it to improve our field's capacities in town. We had a group of townspeople come to us a few months ago, and they're really aggressive in getting stuff done there, which we've been trying to do for a number of years on the Parks and Rec Commission. We're doing a number of improvements. We're actually going to be building a building out there. We're going to put irrigation on the field, power, water, and we're really just trying to improve it. This money will help with what we're planning to do. We have a lot of donations in kind from people, which has really been helpful, and this money will help offset some of that cost.
Further discussion or amendment on Article 10?
Bernie
Yes.
Cameron,
Ms.
91
Cameron.
Mountain View Road. Can you just explain where that is geographically in town?
Someone speak to the location of the Hartford Brook Field, please.
Yeah, middle.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, it's, if you're familiar with the dirt section of Middle Road, about halfway across, you run into Hartford Brook Field and the Hartford Brook development. Just to make it a little more descriptive, Jeff and Gina White's development in the Hartford Brook area. And actually, the land was originally donated to the town for recreational purposes. And in another development that goes along with this year, the developer and the town worked together to open the paved Hartford Brook Road, which runs from South Road down to Middle Road, which allows people accessing the Parks and Rec fields to avoid pummeling the gravel section of Middle Road in the fashion that it had been pummeled previously.
Mr. Manzi?
Yeah, if I may speak a little bit to the whole situation regarding the ball fields. As most people know, everything that we pretty much do with all of our teams are at the Bicentennial Field, which has served the town great for the past 40 years or so. There are some issues down there. One is the fact that we are running about 12 teams or so per season down at that one site. We've used the Hartford Brook Field the past few years as primarily a practice space area, which was an upgrade over, we were currently, before that, using some gravel area that we had at the Fairgrounds Association, at the fairgrounds. But as you can imagine, at the Hartford Brook, it's an open space, but as you get practicing on there, particularly with baseball and so forth, balls go flying into thorn areas and sumac and all the ledge areas that are over there. So we've been using it as space, and now the time has come for us to kind of move forward with developing that so we can better use it. Right now, we have, if we get the warrant article to go through, we have a $10,000 monetary donation to the project, and we probably have another $20,000 in goods and services being put to it. So we look at sort of a project that we could put about $70,000 or so using from our revolving account line, the approximate balances with our soccer and baseball programs from there. So we'd be able to develop that. Also at Bicentennial Field, we're always battling drainage issues and erosion issues, and there's a real possibility that the baseball is coming down, that the size of the diamond, the dimensions is going to be changing per Little League requirements, and this new field will give us the opportunity to pursue that as well, where we wouldn't be able to at Bicentennial.
Mr. Moderator?
Further discussion, Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, just before you step away, Joe, I believe that the purpose of this building is also going to allow you to do at Hartford, much like you do at Bicentennial, and sell food, drink, concession to help offset the cost of field maintenance and that type of thing.
Correct, and basically, Sean Reed has stepped up and is taking on the entire finance and construction of the project. The building will look very similar to the building we have down there in size and stature and purpose.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 10? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 10 on the ballot as printed. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to establish a fire department vehicle and equipment expendable trust fund per RSA 31:19-A for the purpose of repairs to the fire department vehicles and equipment, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in said fund, with this amount to come from unassigned fund balance. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend, no amount to be raised from taxation. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot?
Moved as written.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to place Article 11 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Berry.
Once again, we're trying to plan for expected repairs on our older equipment. I would say that the median age of most of the equipment at the fire department is, again, 20 years or so. We've been hit with a couple of big bills. I think we got hit with one just before the end of the year, right, Mark? We're trying to put money away for something we see coming.
Mr. O'Neill.
Question. How does this fund, or why would this fund differ than the fire apparatus and equipment fund? Now, I know this one's saying to repair, but we already have the one established fire apparatus and equipment capital reserve fund. Was that written so we cannot utilize the funding out of that to take care of our other vehicles or apparatus?
Mr. Tibbetts, or Chief Tibbetts now.
The first fund is to replace equipment with new equipment, okay? This other fund is for repairs. The last couple of years, I've gone way over my budget as far as repairs. 2 years ago, we do a pump test every 2 years. 2002 failed, $11,000. Last year, right at the beginning of the year, 2002, I had to put a new fuel tank on it because it was picking up stuff from the tank. It was letting go. New tires on it. 2006 rescue truck. They had problems throughout the country with the F-550s. It cost us $8,000 for repair for the engine. Barrington had the same problem. It's just our trucks are old, and even the newer trucks, they break down. They have to have repair. These trucks they go from sitting in the station right out to 50, 60 miles an hour to get to the call, throw the pumps in the gear. You never know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? So repairs happen. They break down. Pumps break down. It's the nature of the business.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 11? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 11 on the ballot as printed. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in the previously established Rescue Vehicles and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. We have a motion to place this on the ballot?
Moved as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 12 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion or amendment. Mr. Berry.
This is a continuing warrant article to keep putting money away for costs to be assumed by replacing equipment for the rescue squad.
Yes, Mr. Bover.
Dick Bover, 68 Church Street. We see 3 or 4 funds to be established using unexpended funds. Is there a priority order that if you have, say, $30,000 available, yet we have approved up to, say, $60,000, I'm grabbing these numbers out of the air, how do you decide which fund gets the money, which fund gets lesser or no money?
All right. This article is not funded out of unexpended, but well, we can answer your questions.
Yeah, I guess.
Does someone have an answer to the question?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Can you repeat the question?
Can you repeat,
The question.
clarify?
The question is, if we authorize it by our votes, more money to be taken from unexpended funds than is available when we know the unexpended funds, how do you decide which fund to put it into? Do I have that right?
I would have to say that if we did not have enough money in the unassigned fund balance to fund all of the requests we've made, it would be based on need, immediate need, I think. The Board of Selectmen would pick how to do the funds, or may not do them at all if we had a low unassigned fund balance. I don't know if that answers your question, Dick, because I'm not necessarily sure. We're asking for the ability to do so if we can, because there will be a need in the future. Andy?
Yeah, I guess I would just add that it's completely dependent on the situation. We have no idea what we're going to have left for unexpended fund balance at the end of the year. 7 years ago, 8 years ago, I believe we had to go to DRA and ask to get a tax anticipation note. This year, we finished with a little over $200,000 left in the town budget and got $400,000 or so transferred from the school budget. So it's completely up in the air. We put these together to the best of the needs as we see them, and typically there's enough money so that we can fund these and still apply money to the tax rate, but there's no guarantee. And as Steve said, if we find ourselves in a situation with no money, we would have to sit down as a board and prioritize which we thought were the most important.
So it's an ad hoc decision then?
Yeah, very much.
Is the unassigned fund balance that's referenced by the articles on today's warrant already known?
No, as we close the end of the year, we'll know what we spent and what we've got left over.
We haven't closed yet.
Oh,
No, last year.
we do know for last year, yes.
So that's what's referenced here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it is known. So the amount is known already, okay? They're talking about what they know from last year being assigned for next year, rather than being used to offset taxes for some other way. Mr. Spillane.
Thank you. What was the methodology and thinking behind taking this warrant article from taxation rather than from unexpended fund balance, when previously we were talking about $25,000, 2.5 times this amount, to be put into the building trust fund that already has $41,000 in it, that we don't have any significant plan for? It's just an in case.
There's someone who would speak to that. Mr. Berry?
Again, we're going on the recommendation of future expenses given to us by the rescue squad, and this is something that the town has supported in previous years. We'd like it to continue.
Mr. Spillane?
I'm not sure that exactly answers my question as to why it was decided to pursue $10,000 through taxation rather than $10,000 of unexpended fund balance.
Mr. Berry?
Again, this is something that we put forward for the last 3 years, 3 or 4 years, and the town has supported it, so we're continuing it.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 12? Mr. Cody?
I think a better answer would be because it's guaranteed funding if the article passes, versus if there's no surplus money, there's nothing that goes into that account. Wouldn't that be a better answer?
That would also work.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 12? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 12 on the ballot as printed. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $8,000 to be used by Northwood Lake Watershed Council Association to control the milfoil in Northwood Lake. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, the Budget Committee 7-1. The tax impact is 1 cent. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot?
Moved as written.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to place Article 13 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion. Mr. Berry?
We have been asked by the Northwood Lake Watershed Association to once again place on the ballot a request for the town of Deerfield to fund part of the controlling of milfoil in Northwood Lake. Last year, it was $6,000 that the town approved. The Watershed Association has asked us to increase the number to $8,000 and put forward the warrant article for voters' approval.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, well, while I was on the Budget Committee, there was some question as to the value of the property that Deerfield has on Northwood Lake. And I think people assume that it's a very small amount, but in reality, taxable value of the waterfront property we have on Northwood Lake within the bounds of Deerfield is a little over $16 million, and the 2015 revenue from taxes collected on Northwood Lake properties was $354,178. So clearly they're looking at the argument for protecting the water quality and eradicating milfoil is to keep property tax values high, and there really appeared to be some interest on Deerfield's part in participating in this.
Ms. Katie.
I am in favor of this, but I would like to ask, do we get a report of the amount of milfoil that has been eradicated so that we know this is never an ongoing thing forever, or is it forever, or how is this situation handled?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I don't believe there's any particular guarantee as to time span when the fight against milfoil in Northwood Lake will go away. I will say that one of the reasons they're fighting it as hard as they are in Northwood Lake is a little different than some of the other lakes around here in that it gets drained significantly each fall. So they have a large chunk of the lake that they can actually get to without being in the water to fight milfoil, which I think leads them to believe that it's more successful a fight than maybe in other places.
Further discussion or amendment on Article 13? Okay, seeing none, the clerk will place Article 13 on the ballot as printed. Article 14, shall the town of Deerfield raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth in the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $3,778,435. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $3,699,895, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Deerfield or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of the revised operating budget only. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, the Budget Committee 7-1. The tax impact is $6. Of the proposed budget is $6.73. Of the default budget, $6.67. Okay, now listen carefully because it's going to be a little different this time. Mr. Berry.
Mr. Moderator, I would move this in the amount of $3,778,560. Start all over. $3,778,560.
$3,778,560. So the motion is in a slightly different amount than the printed article, and the reason for this will become clear. But
Second.
we have a second for that, and now the article is open for discussion in the amount stated. Mr. Berry.
The reason for the change this year is instead of voting the MBC budget, we'll be looking at the selectmen's proposed budget because we were unable to get a quorum of the Municipal Budget Committee to sign the MS 737 budget form for us to discuss their budget. We were only able to get 4 signatures. We needed 6. As per RSA 32:5, section Roman numeral 9, if the Budget Committee fails to deliver a budget prepared in accordance with this section, the governing body shall post its proposed budget with a notarized statement indicating that the budget is being posted pursuant to this paragraph in lieu of the Budget Committee's proposed budget. This alternative budget shall then be the basis for the application of the provisions of this chapter. We're only $125 higher than the proposed MBC budget. That being said,
Mr. Moderator?
yes.
Yeah, the article is open for discussion now. This is just the starting point. Amendments can be made. It could be amended to whatever the line item was by someone, and we could vote on that, right? This is just the starting point, so this really isn't a big deal. But we have to sort of just stay with the law here. I think we had, did someone want to speak? Mr. Pittman?
No, I had the wrong number here.
Okay. Mr. Spillane?
I would like to amend the proposed budget to $3,778,435, the amount that the Budget Committee worked hard on determining. I know it's only $125, but it is a principal thing.
All right, we have to do this actually on the line item and stuff, but can you tell me what line item that is? Or line items or whatever? No, what was the difference? What was the real difference?
I don't know all the different line items.
Does anyone have that information?
Which one?
Do you know what the?
Emergency management.
Is emergency management? All right, we're going to find it. We're just going to hold it. I understand that. We got to get the motion clear before. Can someone say what section that is, or? 4290, 4298, 14. Thank you. 42.
In the budget.
This is not the right thing?
This budget. This thing right here.
Oops, sorry. Okay, thank you.
It was the fuel line, it was over diesel fuel.
Jack, right now. Is that the fault? Well, no, I'm sorry.
No, that's the fault. Here it is. I got it. Page 14, you said.
Yes.
All right, wait a minute. Let me get located. Can you just say quickly what line it is? Just say that much right now. I want to get
It's line 01.4290.02.636.
Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, now wait a minute. All right. I'm with you. Now, we're ready to state your motion, then I'll get a second.
I move that the line be changed to $1,750.
So this is on page 14 of your budget worksheet, the line EM diesel, which is 02636, 7 lines down from the top of the page, to reduce that line from $1,875 to $1,750. Do we have a second for Mr. Spillane's motion? Okay, Mr. McGarry. It's been moved and seconded to change the budget. This would reflect the budget that was approved by the MBC, but all the details weren't worked out. To get back to that, so now that amendment is open for discussion. Should we change the amount on that EM diesel line from $1,875 to $1,750? Mr. Spillane, did you want to speak to that?
I would like to speak to my motion. My fellow members of the Budget Committee and I worked hard on the budget. We talked to a lot of people. There's been a big reduction in the price of the diesel fuel, and in our discussions with department heads and such, we felt that that number has not been spent, and if you look historically on what's been spent, there's no clear indication to us that we've spent any of that, it looks like in situations in the past where we've needed to use the diesel fuel to run the backup generators at the school, that the school has picked up the price off of their budget. And if indeed we did expend to it, then it was being taken off of another line and there was no clear indication. We didn't want to do away with the line entirely, so we only reduced it by a small amount for this year, and we think it's reasonable with the decrease in the price of diesel.
Perfect, thank you. So now we're just speaking to this amendment. Yes.
All right, I'm not sure that so my question is, if the MBC felt strongly about this, and now the amendment, why wasn't there a quorum at the meeting to discuss it?
Oh, we're just talking about the amendment. We're just talking about the amendment. Is there anything more to say about, do you favor or oppose the amendment? Mr. Barry.
Board of Selectmen is in favor of the amendment. The number is reasonable.
Right. Any further discussion? Are you ready for the vote? The vote is on amending the budget in Article 14 on the line 014290022636 to change the amount from 1,875 to 1,750, and this will return the bottom line of the budget at this time to the amount printed in Article 14. All in favor of this amendment, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Thank you. Cards down. All opposed to the amendment, please raise your voting cards. The ayes have it, and the budget stands amended.
Mr. Moderator?
Now, we had that question. I think we can remember the question. Mr. Berry, could you answer the question we heard?
A point of information would be, the Municipal Budget Committee held all its meetings, public hearings, and entirely did every part of its job, except for a quorum of individuals to show up to the town office and sign the required legal forms. That was the only thing missing. There was no meeting missed. All the meetings were missed, but we could not get 6 people to come and sign the form.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, as the Selectman's representative to the Budget Committee, I'd like to pick up on what Mr. Spillane mentioned. And the Budget Committee's budget was not very different from the budget presented by the Board of Selectmen. But one thing that happened early on that the Budget Committee really did spur was a review of all the energy costs. And Jim mentioned diesel fuel, but we also went through and adjusted heating oil lines, propane lines, gasoline lines, anything to do with electricity, took a look at what we had used for estimates for electricity, and that came directly from a Budget Committee question and a Budget Committee recommendation. So they did have a useful role in reducing the budget as presented.
Further discussion or amendment to Article 14, the budget?
Andrea Hoteling, 1 Lakeview Lane.
Yes, Ms. Hoteling.
I look at the bottom line on this, and I look at the increased budget year over budget year, and it's not that great. But if I look at actual expenses versus budget, it's a bigger increase. And then if you add in all the warrant articles, and I don't know, I guess when I look at my tax bill, I see something that says town and county, and last year that total together was like $4.65 per thousand. This budget says $6.67 per thousand. Am I comparing apples and apples, or is that something different?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Robertson?
We do an estimate for the budget, and we're not exactly sure what we're going to get for revenue to the town. We're not sure how many people are going to register new cars, boats, dogs, that sort of thing. We're not sure how many people are going to pay their taxes on time. So you're quite right, and I would be extremely surprised if your tax rate next year was anywhere near $6, and fully expect that it will be within a few cents either side of what it was this year, either up or down, depending on what we see for revenue and what the rest of the winter holds for us.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cody?
Just so I can be better informed to make a logical vote, I'd like to know the $257,000 in the highway line for paving, what's going to be done in the budget, out of the budget money.
Defer to Mark.
You want to get Mark?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, I would defer to the road agent to respond to that. I think he can give us very definite specifics about what he intends to do.
Roughly a mile on Griffin Road from the Epsom line to James Road.
Yes.
Hi there, Bill Von Hassel, Middle Road. I'd like to make a motion for an amendment to line item, you have to bear with me, I don't have my glasses. 01.410.
Can you say what page you're on first?
Sure, I'm on page 3 of this.
Okay. Just wait, give us a minute to get there so everybody can follow
You bet.
you. All right.
So it's line item 01.4140.02.291. The actual spent in 2015 was just slightly over $25, and there's a $200 appropriation in that line right now. I'd like to make a motion to reduce that to $50.
All right, do we have a second for that motion? Mr. Spillane seconds it. So we have a motion to reduce, this is on page 3 of the budget, to reduce the mileage budget, which is $200 to $50, and thereby reduce the bottom line by $150. It's been moved and seconded. It's now open for discussion. Mr. Von Hassel.
With the reduced gas prices, I don't see a need for a $200 allocation in this line.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Ms. Cady?
Mileage isn't based on gas prices, but rather on federal mileage reimbursement, I understand.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Robertson?
That is correct. We set a rate for mileage based on, we typically look at the state and federal allowances.
And this is the administrative office if they go to training workshops, et cetera?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, that is my understanding, and we do indeed encourage, there are various workshops, I'm thinking of HAVA, voter right, voter registration type things that the Board of Selectmen typically would encourage the supervisors of checklists to go to.
I will correct you, Andy. The mileage for the supervisors comes out of our particular budget, but that is the, I believe, town administrator, finance officer, bookkeeper, various people in your administrative office that do have to attend workshop sessions. So let me ask, was this line brought up to date, or did we not have people going much this year?
This line is, Ms. Cady, this is in the supervisors of the checklist budget. We are in that section of the budget.
Then let me speak to the fact that the supervisors this year will incur new training because of the laws and, in fact, have a new supervisor that will have to attend at least 2 work sessions of HAVA, one that will be an 8-hour session.
Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Spillane.
Just wanted to make a point. We were just notified recently that mileage was reduced on the federal level. So the mileage reimbursement that the feds are allowing has just been reduced due to the gas price decrease. And those of us who go to the State House don't get paid as much either now.
Yes, Mr. Boisvert.
Dick Boisvert, 68 Church Street. For a brief time, I served on the supervisors of the checklist. There is a good need to go attend the training sessions in Concord. I travel there every day because I'm a state employee. The reimbursement rate right now is 50 cents per mile, and it's not just gas, it's wear and tear, insurance, et cetera. So $17, $18 per trip. You can get beyond that $50 rather quickly. Given changes in laws regarding voting, the great interest in it and so forth, I would anticipate there would be a desire in need for this various checklist people to attend, clearly more than once. I also understand that they're prudent in their use of time and money. I would expect that if they didn't need the 200, they wouldn't spend the 200. I think we ought to leave it there. Happily, there may be some money left over, but there's an awful lot of interest in making sure that voting is carried out correctly. I think we need to support the checklist. Thank you.
Mr. Von Hassel.
I'd just like to clarify that the IRS sets the mileage rate, and they've indicated it'll be reduced this year due to the reduced costs of fuel.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready for the vote? The vote is on an amendment to Article 14 to reduce the amount in line 014140029291, supervisors of the checklist mileage, from $200 to $50, and reduce the bottom line of the budget by that $150. All in favor signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Get a voting card. Cards down. Those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. The nays have it, and the amendment is defeated. We're back on the main article, Article 14. Further discussion or amendment? Mr. O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple questions. One would be on page 17, under solid waste collection, line 740, which is transfer station heavy equipment contractor / loader, maybe.
Hold it right there for a minute.
Yep. It's
Okay, page 17, and now which
under
line?
solid waste.
Yep.
Last three, 740, 3/4 of the way down the page.
Yep.
There was an increase of $9,000. I was just curious what's making that up. I see where we spent just over $3,000 last year, and I know we've purchased a loader a few years back, but I'm sure there's something driving it. Just curious.
So this is a question about, on page 17, line 432301.740, heavy equipment loader, the increase since last year. Mr. Berry.
First off, the actual line is the transfer station heavy equipment container / loader. The $9,000 is specifically to buy another container.
That'll work. Thank you. One other question, if I may.
Yeah.
It'd be page 11 under the fire department budget. It's under fire protective gear. The large increase of $61K and some change, I'm assuming it's for breathing apparatus and turnout gear. I was just curious what, because we had discussion earlier on the warrant article about, money towards gear and all, and was curious what that $61K increase is gonna buy us. I don't need every pair of glove or anything, but, it's gonna get us 5 breathing units and 4 turnout gears or something to that effect.
Okay, what is the content of the protective gear on page 11?
Page
For
11.
the fire department?
Yep, the 61 increase.
Chief Tibbetts.
10 SCBA's.
What, can you say what those letters stand
Self-contained
for?
breathing.
Self-contained breathing apparatus.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion or amendment to Article 14, the budget? Mr. Van Hassel.
I'd like to make a motion to, we'll go back on page 3 again. 01.4140.
All right, pause for a minute,
Sure.
A lot of page turning happening. All right, we're going to turn to page 3.
3.
Okay.
01.4140, 02.811.
Okay, this is supervisor of the checklist training and workshops.
Correct. I'd like to make a motion to reduce that line from $600 to $100.
All right, this is a motion to reduce the amount for workshops from $600 to $100 for checklist supervisors. That would reduce the bottom line of the budget by $500. Do we have a second for this motion? Okay, seeing none, we have a second. It's been moved and seconded to reduce the amount.
Joanne Bradbury.
Joanne Bradbury, yeah. So now the amendment is open for discussion. Mr. Von Hassel.
Historically, it looks like in 2014, we appropriated $500,000 for this amount. And
How many dollars?
I'm sorry. In 2014, we appropriated $500.
Yeah.
The actual spent was $82.50. We appropriated another $500 in 2015. $55.55 was spent. So historically, there doesn't seem to be a need for a $600 balance in this line, based on historic spending.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Katie?
The supervisors of the checklist are required by law to do training when we have new supervisors, which we will this year, and updating of the law. The law is very clear, and unfortunately, the changes in the legislature back and forth of election law has been extremely controversial. So there will be more training this year. I realize we don't always spend it, but I believe some of it got put in other lines in previous years. We've tried to put the budget together to now make sure things are charged correctly to the correct line. So I ask this not be reduced, and even if it is, and we're required by law to go, it will still be charged. Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment to supervisor checklist training and workshops amount. Seeing none, are you ready for the vote? The vote is on an amendment to line 014140028111, supervisor of the checklist training and workshops, to reduce the amount budgeted from $600 to $100, and thereby reducing the bottom line of the budget by $500. As many as are in favor of adoption of this amendment, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Okay, cards down, please. Those opposed, raise your voting cards. The nays have it. The article is defeated. Mr. Von Hassel, do you not have a voting card?
I do.
Oh. If you're going to vote, you should get it, because I'm not counting the book. we gotta work that, because you could get one if you don't have it. Anyway.
No, I have one.
Yeah.
It's just Lyme disease. My left arm is a little
All right.
non-functional.
Maybe someone could help you get it, just so you have it out. All right, any further amendment or discussion of Article 14? I think at this point we're back on the amount that's printed, is that right? We only have one successful amendment, was to return that. Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 14 as amended on the ballot in the amount of $3,778,435. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to establish in accordance with a provision of RSA 7227A and RSA 72:62 an exemption from property's assessed value for property tax purposes when the property is equipped with one or more solar energy systems as defined by RSA 72:61. Such property tax exemptions shall be 100% of the amount, if any, by which installation of solar energy systems on the property increases the total assessed value of the property. This is a petitioned warrant article. Do we have a motion to place the article on the ballot?
Second.
Oh.
Dave Duran.
What was that? It's been moved and seconded to place Article 15 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion or amendment. Mr. Duran.
Thank you. The purpose of this warrant article is to avoid a possible disincentive for people to purchase and invest in solar energy, which is a clean, sustainable energy system. This is a tax-neutral article. It will not increase anybody's taxes. Over 100 towns in New Hampshire have already approved similar legislation. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Further discussion or amendment? Mr. Barry?
Note for the record that the town of Deerfield does not now assess solar energy equipment systems in any way, shape, or form.
Further discussion on Article 15 or amendment?
No, we didn't.
Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 15 on the ballot as printed. Article 16, we, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Welfare Director be an elected position as of March 2016 to be paid no more than $5,000 per year with no raises as an employee, but raises to be given if voted by the taxpayers by a warrant article, petition warrant article. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot? Ms. Katie?
I move we place it on the ballot.
Thank you. Do we have a second? We just need one because we really have to deal with this. Yes? Well, actually, it came.
You can't go away. Fran.
Fran did it.
Okay, the article is now open for discussion or amendment. Ms. Katie?
I move we amend it from March 2016 to January 2016.
Ms. Katie? Ms. Katie? Before I even seek a second, the law says that if we adopt this, the election must happen next year. The law says.
In March 2016. 17, I'm sorry.
Right. And, I mean, you don't even need to say that because that's what would happen.
Okay.
Okay? So is your amendment to change the 216 to 2017? Okay, thank you. Do we have a second for the amendment?
Is it March or January?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to amend Article 16 to change 2016 to 2017. And the amendment is now open for discussion. Yeah, Jim Spillane. Is there any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Okay, those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. Okay, the nays have it, and the article is not amended. And we're back on the main motion, Article 16. Is there any further action, discussion, amendment to this article?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I'd like to very handily speak against this amendment. The welfare director couldn't begin to function on a $5,000 salary. We changed the welfare director from an elected position to an appointed position, I believe in 2005. At that time, the Board of Selectmen and the town determined that the welfare director needed to be paid at least $10,000 a year. That lasted for a year and a half or so, and in 2007, we switched the welfare director to a biweekly stipend of a little over $800. And that's been roughly what it is now. It's increased a little bit over the years, but there is no way that the welfare director can operate on a day or two a week basis. This welfare director is essentially on call 24/7. Don't confuse the welfare director's office hours with what we actually expect the welfare director to do. There are calls on weekends, there are calls in the evening, there are fuel emergencies, domestic violence emergencies. The welfare director is involved in all of these, and it is patently ridiculous to think that this is a position that can be handled with a few hours a week for $5,000.
We determine at this meeting in what language this article will appear on the ballot. So if you think a different amount is appropriate, you can amend. If you want, I mean, it's very open what can be done. You just cannot change the subject matter. This article must be about the welfare director. Ms. Marshall.
Judith Marshall, 8 Poor Farm Road. Warrant Article 16 turns the position of welfare director into the equivalent of a paid volunteer with a stipend of $5,000 per year, and would, in my opinion, and of many others I've spoken with, handicap the effective administration of the welfare department. The administration of welfare services is not an arbitrary one for the town and is mandated by New Hampshire RSA 165, a review of which reveals the enormous responsibility and impartial judgment required to fulfill the duties of welfare administrator. Responsibility, however, that needs to be tempered with compassion. Being an elected position would significantly limit the pool of applicants for this position and begs the question, who among us voters is qualified to effectively evaluate the professional qualifications, the in-depth knowledge, ethical standards, and most importantly, the compassion quotient of the candidate? This individual needs to be an educated professional who should be chosen by the town selectmen after thorough and careful interviews. I wonder who will be the first to throw his or her hat into the political ring and start the revolving door of welfare directors. Just for a moment, imagine yourself having to ask for help from a complete stranger, and then having that stranger change on the political whim of the electorate. Will a political candidate really care about folks who will come knocking on their door, even if it doesn't happen to be during office hours? Will they respect them and their privacy regardless of their circumstances? Most of us don't have a clue about what some of these positions require till we take them on and then discover they're real jobs. Deerfield is fortunate to currently have a highly qualified individual filling this position whose empathy and intelligence serve our community well. It's important to note that the town of Deerfield's welfare administrator is also co-director of emergency management, coordinating preparedness response and recovery activities for disasters that affect the town of Deerfield. Being a welfare director is a real balancing act. It means using sound judgment without being judgmental. It means at times loving the unlovable, but tempering it with a large dose of tough love. It means having the professional skills of a social worker and the patience of Job. I hope the residents of Deerfield will consider more than the monetary aspects resulting from the potential passage of this warrant article as submitted, and will remember the fact that there but for the grace of God go I. I have a proposed amendment. I don't know whether it's legal or not.
Read your amendment, please.
We, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Welfare Director remain a hired position to be paid an amount commensurate with experience.
Yeah, that's legal.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the article to read, we, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the welfare director remain a hired petition to be paid an amount commensurate with experience.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the article. The amendment is now open for discussion. Ms. Katie.
I believe you have ruled that this can be changed. The intent by the Supreme Court's decision cannot be changed. The intent is elected. You cannot change elected to hired and tell me that is not changing the intent of the petitioners.
It has long been held that so long as the motion or amendment deals with the same subject matter as appears in the warrant, the action to be taken with respect to that subject matter may vary considerably from what is in the warrant. It is the subject matter we must sustain, not the intent. So we cannot make this article be about road agent. It must be about the subject matter of the welfare director. But within those parameters, the way our democracy works and the choices we've made in this state and in this town, this can be amended in this way.
The Supreme Court specifically said the intent cannot be changed. Intent, Jack.
I think,
And I
bring me
suggest
that decision, please.
I can look it up and bring it to you, but
Okay,
I
please.
can tell you that you are changing intent. If you will remember the Barrington case, they allowed 2C. The legislature specifically changed the law to state you cannot change intent. I think you have opened this to a court action.
Mr. Spillane.
Thank you. Actually, whether or not I'm in favor of the petition warrant article the way it's written, I do have a strong feeling about a citizen's right via their last recourse when people aren't listening to put something on the ballot if they gather enough signatures in the way that they intended it to do. I believe that that is a fundamental part of our democracy, to give a citizen a voice when nobody may be listening to them. To that end, I have a bill in front of the House this year that would clarify our language so that the intent remains involatile and may be maintained. By changing the any petition warrant article that anybody wants to put forward here, all you're doing is saying we don't trust the majority of voters in this town when it comes time to look at it on the ballot to vote and do the right thing. So we're not even going to give the voters a chance to vote. We're going to take it away and give them a choice of nothing versus nothing. And that's where I have a problem. I trust the people I live with in this town to look at this and say, I'm going to make the right choice and I'll vote the way that this town wants to vote. And you'll get a hearing, a feeling for the way that the majority of voters who come in here on the ballot and check off their answer feel that things should go.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, are you finished? Wait, let Mr. Spillane finish.
I would oppose the amendment to this strictly on the grounds that a number of people, the required number of people, did sign the petition, did ask that it get put on the ballot, and as a common courtesy and decency, I don't mind seeing it go on the ballot. I'm not afraid of the way that this vote's going to turn out. And I trust the people that live in this town to make the right choice.
I think one thing we lose here, just as a comment, is that the fundamental piece here is deliberation, is the right in a democracy to deliberate, and that is what this meeting is for. Democracy is not solely about voting. If you read the writings of Madison and Jefferson and Franklin and the people who created the democracy at the national level, they trusted deliberation, that people would deliberate and listen to each other, and that's what we're doing here. So it goes back to the very beginning, just like every other article on the warrant, except those that have prescribed language, like Article 19, we cannot modify. And it is true that we cannot no longer turn an article into nothing, like just 2C, which used to be legal. But this is the people of Deerfield speaking here today, the people who choose to be here. And that's how it sort of works. So I don't want to reduce democracy to voting. There's so much more to it. Ms. Who is that? Hutchinson.
You're not going to be able to do that much longer. So I guess I'm actually
I wasn't kidding. I have a really hard time with names. Even my own.
I think I'm going to just reiterate what the moderator just said. Mr. Spillane was speaking about, I think it was, to me, it was talking as if this meeting doesn't have value and power. And those people that signed this petitioned article could be here today if they felt so strongly about changing the way we have a new welfare director. I think I suspect that they are not here because she had a hard time getting a second for this at all. So our process got more difficult when we did away with the traditional town meeting, when we actually did the voting here and now. We decided as a town a few years ago to use this process, which is the deliberative session, and frankly, to my way of thinking, democracy got a little harder because of that. But when we did that, we decided we're going to use this process, and this process is where we deliberate, as the moderator just said. So I speak in favor of the amendment. We have an outstanding welfare director right now. We are incredibly lucky. She spends all kinds of time, as was said earlier, throughout the week, shows both frugality and compassion, which is incredible. I am very disturbed by this petition article, and I would highly support the amendment.
Mr. Bover.
Selectwoman Hutchinson has pretty well listed what I was going to say. It is a consequence of SB2 that this is coming before us in this fashion. This is within the rules of how the deliberative session can operate. I trust in Moderator Hutchinson's judgment that this is a valid legal amendment, and I am in favor of it. And I'll step aside for someone else to speak.
Ms. Katie, I'm sorry, one before you.
One of the things...
Just a minute. We have a speaker ahead of you, and... All right, and we're on the amendment now. Mr. Berry?
Mr. Moderator, would it be possible to ask through you to see how many petitioners are actually in the room?
The folks who signed this petition, if you would identify yourself? 2. 3. I saw 3 hands.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're on the amendment now. Ms. Katie?
I believe very strongly in the democratic right and in the meeting, but I also believe more strongly in the petitioner's right under law. One of the things that has been said to me many times by people is, why do we pay so much when other towns do not? Candia pays $3,000. Northwood pays less than $4,000. Nottingham pays less. Epsom pays less. So what is going on? Ever since we went from an elected welfare director, our selectmen have made the decision of what to pay and why. Why do they set the pay scale so much higher? Why do we mention a volunteer position that the person handles as if that was a part of the payment of the person? I have no problem with the person there. I think she does a great job. But I do believe that we should be looking at comparable pay scales of comparable town sizes. Therefore, when people call me, they don't call these selectmen, they'll call me and say, this is happening, this is going on, why doesn't this happen? And the only provision I have is because these 5 people won't listen to me, is to say to them, we can do a petition. So a petition is done. Now, I personally feel this petition should remain as is to be voted on the ballot because of state law. And I will carry forth whatever I have to assure that it does carry on the way it's written, because that's the right of what Jefferson, Washington, Monroe, John Quincy Adams believed. They gave us the right in the Constitution to petition our government to have our feelings, our reasoning voted.
Ms. Menard.
Fran Menard, 7 Pondview Lane. I just wanted on the record the reason I seconded Mrs. Katie's petition was to make sure that there was discussion here. Though I have been very moved by what I've heard, and I hope that some of it gets published as well, so more people in the town will know what goes on here, instead of all the people that don't come and just vote no on everything.
Ms. Cameron.
Bernie Cameron, 91 Mountain View Road. I want to make a couple points. If this amendment is accepted, as I hope it is, we're not taking away the rights of the petitioners. They can vote against the warrant article as it's newly changed. So it's not taking away any rights of the petitioners. Number 2, there's an expression, you get what you pay for. And I think that that's what we've found with our welfare director. That she's a very highly educated, experienced person. I worked in a position for many years where I worked very closely with welfare directors around the state. They are our safety net in New Hampshire. We're very unique as a state with, while someone is pending to get benefits, be it through unemployment or disability, the only safety net we have in New Hampshire is our local welfare department. And believe me, there are some welfare departments that do a very poor job of providing that safety net. That is not an issue here in Deerfield. If you are caught with a disability very quickly and you have to wait for state or federal benefits to go through, believe me, you need somebody who knows the system inside and out and how to get you some assistance very quickly and all the resources that are available. And that's what we have here in Deerfield. And for those of you who have not had to access that service, you're very lucky, you're thankful you don't have to, but for those who have had to, believe me, they're very lucky to live in Deerfield. So we should not jeopardize that at all. I strongly support changing it with this amendment.
Mr. Winslow.
Jonathan Winslow, James Road. I move the question.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close debate on the amendment to Article 16. All those in favor of this closes debate, requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of closing debate at this time and moving directly to a vote on the amendment, this is to close debate, signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Thank you. Cards down. Those opposed to closing debate, raise your voting cards. Got a winning streak going here, John. Unanimous. Now we are voting on the amendment to Article 16. To amend Article 16 to say instead, we, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Welfare Director, remain a hired position to be paid an amount commensurate with experience. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Okay, thank you. Cards down. Those opposed to the amendment, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. And now we are back on the main article as amended. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. Oh.
Mr. Moderator, Karen Cody from North Road.
1 second here. Let me get my pen going. Got it. You're good. Yes, Ms. Cody.
I simply had a few comments. I think that for me, the essential thing is whether we're going to have the position be an elected position. And I don't understand why you would have a smaller pool, as someone mentioned, of candidates. It seems to me that having an elected position would allow you to have more draw on experience and, a larger pool. So that's my opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Further discussion or amendment to this article? Seeing none, the clerk will place the Article 16 on the ballot as amended. Article 17, and maybe just, no, that's good. Article 17, we, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Police Chief be an elected position as of March 2017 to be paid $65,000 per year with cost of living increases each year if voted by the taxpayers. Petition warrant article. Do we have a motion to place this article on the ballot? We will do this anyway, but it's good to have a motion. Ms. Katie, do we have a second? Okay, Ms. Reel. It has been moved and seconded to place.
Why would we do that anyway?
Yeah. It has been moved and seconded to place Article 17 on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion or amendment. Ms. Katie.
As I am pretty sure someone's already been prepped to amend this, I will leave it to the courts to decide whether or not you can change intent of petitioners.
Ms. Moderator.
Who is it?
Steve.
Mr. Berry?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the article.
Article 17.
That is correct.
All right. What is your amendment?
To change the wording to we.
It's not right.
Okay.
Mr. Berry?
I need to get the wording correct, but I would
Want to
start.
write it down first?
Yeah.
Take your time, write it down. We want to have that clear. Here. Just give me a piece of paper. Yeah, don't write on your own. Hold that. Document now. What? I know, that's what I told them.
Okay, Mr. Moderator.
Starting. Write it down. We need to have it in writing anyway.
Okay.
Take your time.
Starting.
Okay.
Starting after the word "be," as in the Deerfield Police Chief "be." No, I'm sorry. Strike the "be" after the police chief. Remain an appointed position as it is now.
Second.
And that would be the end of the warrant.
So it would say, "We, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, position the Deerfield Chief be,
Remain
remain."
an appointed position as it is now.
So now, do we have a second for this motion?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded to amend Article 17 to read, "We, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Police Chief remain in appointed position as it is now."
Mr. Moderator?
We had a second, right? Yeah. The amendment is now open for discussion. Mr. Berry?
Defer to Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson?
Yeah, I would just like to point out that it is extremely important that we be able to hire and appoint a police chief. We've just gone through a police chief search, have a new police chief in place who's doing an outstanding job for us, but I can tell you that it is exceedingly difficult to find qualified, experienced police chiefs who want to work in small towns. There's a couple of major problems with the warrant article that sort of pile on top of that. There's no mention of qualifications. There's no mention of certification. It's extremely important that we pass this amendment and leave our police chief selection in the hands of the Board of Selectmen or whoever they appoint to be involved in that selection process to enable us to get educated, appropriate candidates for police chief. This warrant article, as it stands unamended, would leave us wide open to a large number of problems.
Mr. Moderator?
Ms. Hutchinson?
I would just like to reiterate support for the amendment. In the previous, our recent search for a police chief, we had people from, I believe, as far away as Illinois, I think it was, that applied, but we did not have a single person apply, if I'm correct, from the town of Deerfield. So I think trying to tie the hands of our town by requiring it as elected is a very serious mistake, and I also think putting in a salary is also a mistake.
Mr. Bover?
Dick Bover, 68 Church Street. I've not heard any argument why this warrant article would be hypothetically a good thing. I've heard petitioners say that they assume it's going to be voted down and as promised litigation. I think it would be responsible for us to hear why someone thinks that this would be a good elected position with that salary. Perhaps we can avoid litigation if we hear the argument. I don't know what it would be, but I'd like to hear it. We are here to deliberate. Let us hear why it would be a good idea to elect the police chief at that salary. I'd like to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
John Dubianski, Swamp Road. While I strongly oppose the original petition article for the reasons that Andy stated, I have a concern with the amendment, that the warrant article still starts with the phrase, "We, the undersigned petitioners." However, it no longer carries the wording that they signed. And I was curious, since litigation has been promised, if that would raise an issue for us.
Yeah. An answer?
He asked a question.
I don't know there's anyone who can answer that. I would be happy to have the article amended to remove that language from it, but that's your choice. We just follow the law, and we do what we do. If there's a ruling of the moderator that you choose to challenge, like I said earlier, you can do that. We make our own rules here as long as we stay within the RSAs. Okay? So there is great weight given to whatever the meeting decides by the courts. We decide. The petition is to the meeting, not to the voters. It's to the meeting, and then through the meeting to the election under SB2. This is how it works. So this is where we first consider the petition. All right? So the point that you made, Mr. Dubianski, about getting that language out, I'd love to see that language out, but if someone makes that motion, fine. I'm not the one to make motions or, right? I just keep the process clean if I can. All right? Ms. Menard.
Mr.
I'll
Moderator?
yield first.
I move to further amend Article.
Well, we've got an amendment on the floor now, so
Okay.
let's stay with that. And
Okay.
if that's adopted, then we'll
Thank you.
consider another one. We're just working on an amendment now. Yes.
Jeannie Menard, Mountain Road. I too am very opposed to Article 17 as it is presented to us in writing. The amendment also poses a concern to me. Right now, we have, our police chief is appointed. And if the amendment were to pass and get placed on the ballot, and hypothetically get voted down, then what are we left with? We don't have the mechanism in place to deal with that, hypothetically.
All right, thank you. Did you want to speak to that? Yeah.
If the article as amended was approved, we would still be able to have an appointed police chief and be paid, and I think we would look at it as an approval of what we were doing didn't pass.
She said, what if it fails? The question was, what if it fails?
Right, no, if it didn't pass, it doesn't change anything that we'd continue doing. It would be like a referendum. Go ahead.
Mr.
Yeah.
Moderator?
Ms. Hutchinson?
I know you want us to stay on the amendment, but I do think we could, if we further amend it later, I believe we could address the concern that the previous speaker just had, when we get there.
Yeah, but let's deal with one at a time.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Langlois.
Zach Langlois, South Road. I'd like to move the question.
All right, we have a couple of people behind you, so I'm going to let them speak, and then I'm going to take yours up. That's the way I traditionally do it. Yes.
Joel Hughes, Harvey Road. I'm speaking against the initial warrant article, and then speaking for the second, even though it is kind of awkward. If we have an elected chief, we could, I believe, hypothetically elect a felon, but we would then have to take all the guns out of the PD. there are things that could happen that I don't think that this warrant article has taken into consideration because it's just kind of broadly written, the original.
All right, thank you. One more. Mr. Van Hassel.
Hi. I am opposed to this, obviously, but I'm concerned about the original warrant article because what if we were to go to an elected position and, God forbid, the police chief leaves during that term? Do we have a special election? Do we have to go with a temporary acting police chief, et cetera? It doesn't seem like it's very well thought out as to what
that
would
is covered
happen.
by the law. You can be sure that's covered by the law. It's happened to us like with road agent and stuff. The selectmen appoint, and at the next election, we elect again. That is covered by the law. We formerly had elected constables and police chiefs, and there was one other term, in Deerfield up to
Justices of the peace,
20 years ago.
probably something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Wait a minute, we've had the question moved. Do we have a second? So are you finished, Mr. Van Hassel?
done with
You
me.
were the last one in line before that.
Yeah.
We had a motion to move the question. Clear up what? Oh, you can't. It belongs to the meeting now. You can't. You can't do that.
Mr. Moderator?
We had a motion to close debate. Do we have a second for that motion? Yes. It's been moved and seconded to close debate. All in favor of closing debate, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. This is the debate on the amendment. Okay, cards down. Those opposed to closing debate, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. Okay, there's a few, there's a smattering. So debate is closed on the amendment, and now we're now ready to vote on the amendment. Should we modify the language of Article 17 to say, we, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Police Chief, remain in appointed position as it is now? All in favor for this amendment signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Thank you. Cards down. Those opposed? Okay. The amendment has
Moderator?
been adopted, and the article now reads, we, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Police Chief remain in appointed position as it is now. The article is now open for further amendment or discussion. Ms. Hutchinson.
I would further amend Article 17. I'll explain what I'm going to do, and then I'll read it. I'm going to remove the word undersigned on the registered voters. So it will read, we, the registered voters of Deerfield, and this is new language, support the Deerfield Police Chief to remain an appointed position as it now is, as it is now. So it would be, we, the registered voters of Deerfield, support the Deerfield Police Chief to remain an appointed position as it is now.
All right, I'm a little concerned about how far this is going to go, so I'd like us to take a little time to work on that language. Could you just start that amendment with shall and drop out the registered voters?
So shall the Deerfield Police Chief remain as an appointed position as it is now?
Well, is that the rest of the language you had?
Yeah.
I don't think you add any value by putting registered voters. I'm trying to expedite us through
So
multiple amendments here.
Shall the Deerfield Police Chief position remain an appointed position? Shall the Deerfield Police Chief remain an appointed position as it is now?
Does anybody else want to, just let's be careful with language at the beginning
I'm
here, so
trying
we're
to
not-
make this be advisory as opposed to, so that we won't have the concern that I believe, Jeannie Menard brought up, that if it fails, what happens? So that's why I wanted to use the word support.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get at. If you want to help me out, that's fine.
Ms. Clark?
Deborah Smith.
Smith, I'm sorry.
138 North Road. I support what they're trying to do here, but I'm very leery about the language that's just been put aside. Because what happens if that is not
Right.
put through? All of a sudden, we don't support it, so then what?
Well,
So-
I think the support is a
I think you're on the right track.
indication.
I just think that
Right.
it's the language
Right.
part
All
that
right,
needs to be
we-
tweaked.
What I'm trying to
Okay?
do is get, support to me indicates a opinion, not a yes or no.
I think the people support the
All right,
fact that
let's,
the
we
the
can't
board.
start discussion
All right, so-
until we get an amendment on the floor. So do you have your amendment language now? Can you read your amendment, please?
We, the registered voters of Deerfield, support the Deerfield Police Chief to remain an appointed position as it is now.
And can you change that to shall we support? Instead of we, the registered voters of Deerfield?
Okay, sure. Shall,
Okay. Shall we support?
yeah. Shall we support allowing the Deerfield Police Chief to remain an appointed position as it is now? Shall
We
we?
have a
did you
second
get
for
that?
this amendment.
Shall we support?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Pittman. It's been moved and seconded to amend Article 17 to read. Now, do you have that in writing for me?
I'm working on it. Shall we support?
No, get it in writing so I can read it.
Okay. Shall we support?
We support the position of police chief.
All right, it has been moved and seconded to amend Article 17 to, shall we support allowing the Deerfield Police Chief to remain in a appointed position as it is now? The amendment is now open for discussion. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you. I think this gets at what we've been saying. We are, it is very important that this position be appointed, that we have the freedom to do a thorough search, that we have a process for interviews, and that we get the very best person that's qualified. And I think we, with this language, we've addressed the concern of whichever way the article goes, it would be advisory in nature.
Mr. Spillane.
Thank you. As much as I'm against changing the wording on a petition warrant article that was brought before the body with enough signatures and legitimately, if you really want to make it advisory without any complications, I don't think that quite goes far enough. All you need to do is say, shall the Board of Selectmen consider keeping the position of Deerfield Police Chief an appointed position as it is now? And the fact that you're having them consider it makes it advisory and doesn't have to worry about any of the other stuff.
All right, thank you. Yes, Ms. Hartnett.
Kate Hartnett, Thurston Pond Road. This is more of a comment, obviously, and just note that we're all working very hard on trying to make this responsive to the concerns of the people assembled here today. And I just wanted to review that we started this discussion saying that the big controversy, can we keep the same subject versus the intent? And to me, it was very helpful for the moderator. I just want to reiterate this because I want to be sure everybody heard it. You said the petition is to the meeting, which means the people here today. It's not just to show up on the warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The petition warrant article has just about exactly the same place once it's brought to the meeting as any other warrant article. So it's like other warrant articles. I mean, if petition warrant articles had special privilege, then the selectmen could submit everything they do by petition. It would be easy for them to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It would, and we wouldn't be able to, anyway, we don't need to go there. But go ahead.
That was just my point. Thank you very much.
Yes.
John Dubianski, Swamp Road. I have to agree with Mr. Spillane. I'm concerned with the use of the word shall, because it carries a legal implication. I think that if it was voted down, that to me would then say that the voters are saying that they shall not continue to appoint the police chief. So I'd like to see a word advise, recommend, somewhere in there. I don't have a proposal, sorry. I tried to write one, but I couldn't come up with one. And I also just want to say for the record that as much as I think that electing the police chief is a ridiculous idea, I don't like the feel of this amendment either, period. I understand it's legal. I just don't like it. I think once people have taken the time to write a petition article and get it on the warrant, that it should be given its fair chance. And I fully understand it's legal. I just don't like it. Thank you.
The view of the law is a fair chance is to have it read at this meeting. That's the fair chance. Yes, Ms. Katie.
I respect everybody's right to think differently, and I do think some think differently. But I think that the fact that people were given a right of petition by the legislature, and because of a Supreme Court decision that allowed them to change petitioned warrant articles, what you just said to this meeting is inaccurate. The legislature made a distinction that petitioned articles' intent could not be changed. The intent is being changed because of the way you are interpreting this meeting. Therefore, the only way this can be clarified is to bring forth the legislature's testimony and how they passed a law to correct what the Supreme Court did. The reason for this petitioned article is twofold. One is the law allows for people to elect their police chief. Two is people are upset with the fact that our selectmen will not set a policy saying police cars stay in town. And two, the fact of the matter is the law also is very clear that an elected police chief has to have a certification in the state of New Hampshire. So you don't have to put that into the article. The law only allows the elected positions based on the credentials, unlike an elected welfare director or an elected road agent. But the law does require the welfare director to act in certain ways, and they go and they take classes, so they will act under the law. This is simply giving voice to many people's concerns that have come up to me. I can't change what the selectmen do. I can only give the voice of those people who have talked a voice by putting in a petitioned article.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Hi, Claudia Libis, Maple Avenue, Libis. I haven't heard that we're going to Mr. Spillane's revision, so I would ask Mrs. Hutchinson if you would mind adding to your amendment the position of Deerfield Police Chief, because right now it looks like you are referring to an individual, not a position.
So you're suggesting an amendment to the amendment. Is that right?
I'm asking if Mrs.
No, that's not her choice. The amendment belongs to the meeting now, not to her.
Okay. Fine,
Okay?
yes.
So are you offering an amendment to change that language to the position of?
Yes.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to amend the amendment to read, shall we support allowing the position of Deerfield Police Chief remain appointed as it is? So now we are only speaking
Second.
to position of. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Are you ready for the vote? All in favor of adding the two words position of to the amendment, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Cards down. Those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. Oh, good record. All right. So now the amendment has been amended, and we are back talking about or working on deliberating. Shall we support allowing the position of Deerfield Police Chief remain appointed as it is?
Now.
And next. Yes.
I just want to address what was brought up earlier about.
I'm sorry, I have this
Hughes.
disability. Thank
Oh,
you.
I have one too.
All right.
I'm with you there. Hughes, Joel.
Yes.
Okay. Just addressing what was brought up about police cars not leaving town.
No, we're just talking about amending. Not
Well,
now.
she brought it up as part of the.
Not now, not now, not now. Sorry, not
Okay.
now,
All right.
not now.
Good luck. I have no idea.
Yes.
Please, the Chair. Joanne Bradbury, Deerfield citizen. I offer an amendment to the amended language. Shall we, the citizens of Deerfield, express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time?
Second. Oh, my goodness. Can you read that again, please?
Shall we, the citizens of Deerfield, comma, express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time?
Can you drop the citizens of Deerfield out that and just shall we?
Shall we express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time? I'm happy to drop the citizens of Deerfield.
Right, I don't think we can say it's unanimous. All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend the amendment. You're totally replacing it.
But you did the best job of it yet.
You're good with that, right?
I think you're going to tell me I can't withdraw my amendment,
No,
right?
no, you can't
Yeah.
do that.
We've already amended it once. We amended it.
No, I'm trying to think of just the cleanest method through this. Okay, let's consider this a motion to amend the amendment to new language, and read the language, please, and then pass it to me.
Shall we express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time?
Do we have a second?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded. Could I have that, please?
Yes.
To keep? 3 seconds. Thank you. All right. It's been moved and seconded to amend the amendment to new language, to replace the amendment with this language. Shall we express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
I would favor the amendment and thank her.
Are you ready for the vote? The vote? Just. Mr. Winslow?
I move the question.
Second.
All right, we didn't have anyone lined up when you moved the question. Shall we close debate now on this amendment to the amendment and go immediately to a vote? This requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Thank you. Cards down. Opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. There's only 2. Okay, so we're now voting to replace the original amendment language proposed by Ms. Hutchinson with this amendment language proposed by Ms. Bradbury. The language would be, shall we express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time. All those in favor of using this language instead of the language proposed by Mrs. Hutchinson, raise your voting cards. Thank you. Cards down. Those opposed, raise your voting cards. Okay, we're on the new language. So now we can speak to, should we amend Article 17? No, we only voted that this, to replace the amendment with this amendment. Now we are back on Article 17 to see if we should replace the originally amended language with this new amended language. Shall we express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time? Mr. Winslow.
I move the question.
Second. It's nice having you back, John. It's been a few years. We had one person in line, so we're going to let him speak first, and then I will take that up.
Ernie Robert Maple Ave. I hate to be nitpicky or a pain, but it did have to do with salary and what we did previously, a precedent of sorts with the welfare director. We set pay commensurate with experience, and I feel the need to add that. So I guess I propose another amendment.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
Well, I'm proposing it. We'll debate it. I'll sit down.
Nice. Take control of the meeting. I like it.
Okay, that's my
Yeah,
proposal.
we've already had the question moved.
It's on the floor.
Right. We've already had the question, somebody already moved previous question, so I need to take that up first. Do we have a second for previous question?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to vote to amend Article 17 to read from the amended language we adopted earlier to read, shall we express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time? All in favor of replacing the amended language with this new amended language, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them ready.
Clarification.
Debate's closed.
Thank you. Cards down. Those opposed? All right. The ayes have it. The article stands amended, and now the article as amended is open for discussion. Is there any further discussion on this article?
Not so much
Ms. Smith.
discussion. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. It's more of a clarification. If the voters do not choose shall, what is
So
the end result?
Then I would believe that the Board of Selectmen would see it as an advisory view from the public.
That's all I needed to know. So if they shall not choose your recommended language with this advisory, it doesn't matter. It's not going to change how our police chief is
Well,
hired.
it means
Is that correct?
it means the Board of Selectmen should consider the results of the vote, but
But
it's
it's not going to
consideration,
change the way
it's
we
not action.
hire, right? That's all.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Winslow,
I move the question.
do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close debate on, oh, wait a minute, we don't need to close debate. We already adopted an amendment. Well, to close debate, we can close debate because that means we just place it on the ballot. To close debate on Article 17 and place it on the ballot as amended,
All those in,
requires a two-thirds vote. All in favor of closing debate, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Thank you. Cards down. Opposed? Raise your voting cards and keep them raised. It's unanimous. Article 17 is placed on the ballot as amended. To read, shall we express an advisory view that the position of Deerfield Police Chief be an appointed position as it is at the present time? I don't know. We'll have to think about that later. Wait a minute, this is one, I think. I know. Let me keep working here. Article 18.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
Richard Bover?
Yes.
We've just gone through a lengthy process of amending warrant Article 17. I think it might be appropriate that I move to reconsider the vote on Article 16 so that we may alter the language of warrant Article 16 to parallel that of 17. And my reason is actually rather practical. Should there be litigation, at least the two could be bundled together into one case instead of having to confront two.
Believe me, they'll be bundled together.
But I think it might be simpler for the voters that they see these as at least parallel because they are so alike in their functional intent. So I would like to move reconsideration of Article 16 for that purpose. Yeah, could we hear the language of Article 16 as it now stands?
They don't know. They don't know.
All right, it's been moved to reconsider Article 16 in order to clear up the language based on what we've learned from Article 17. Do we have a second for reconsideration?
Just for practical reasons, yeah.
No,
I know.
This is something we haven't done before. It's different because we're not reconsidering a vote.
Was there a second?
Shall we express an advisory position?
So we could look at that article again in order to clear up language, if that is your wish. Do we have the current language of that article? I know we do, but we lost it.
This is what it would look like. I've had Joanne working on it. Shall we express an advisory view that the Department of Welfare, Deerfield Welfare Director, be an appointed position as presented?
Do you have that language?
Yeah.
I have both with me. So this is just a regular vote. Shall we reconsider, shall we vote to reconsider Article 16 for the purpose of amending the language in light of what we've learned from our work on Article 17? As many as are in favor of reconsidering that article, signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Okay, thank you. Cards down. Those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. Okay, the ayes have it, and we're back considering Article 16. The current language of Article 16 is, just had it in front of me. Oh, here it is. We, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Welfare Director remain a hired position to be paid an amount commensurate with experience. I think we're going to be looking at an amendment now, and
Yes, I would like to.
do you have that? Could you read that to us?
I did not write down the wording of Article 17. Okay, we, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Welfare Director remain a hired position to pay. Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
What's the new language?
I have a couple different versions in front of me. I simply want to take the language of Article 17 and substitute Deerfield Welfare
Is someone
Director.
prepared to make an amendment now?
Okay. Okay.
No one is prepared.
Okay.
All right. We're going to recess now for like 3 minutes while somebody writes an article. We opened this. I thought someone was ready to move. No one is.
There you go. Jeff, you ready for a smoke? I am. If we all go away, the cake.
Did we vote? So now we're back on Article 16. So we're back on Article 16. Mr. Bover has an amendment to Article 16, new language for Article 16. Do you have the old language? Article 16 was reading after our amendment was, we, the undersigned registered voters of Deerfield, petition the Deerfield Welfare Director remain a hired position to be paid an amount commensurate with experience. And should I read your amendment?
Yes, please.
And Mr. Bover is proposing this amendment. Shall we express our advisory view that the Deerfield Welfare Director be an appointed position as it is at the present time? So that's the proposed amendment. Do we have a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded to amend Article 16 to the language I just read. Can I have that back, please? I need to keep that. Thank you. And now the amendment is open for discussion. Mr. Bover?
My purpose, as I stated before, was to make it parallel to the police chief and to keep things consistent before the voters so there would be less confusion when they looked at the two warrant articles.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? The question is on amending Article 16 to read, shall we express an advisory view that the Deerfield Welfare Director be an appointed position as it is at the present time? All those in favor of this amendment signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Thank you. Cards down. Those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. The ayes have it. The Article 16 stands amended. Is there any further discussion on Article 16? Seeing none, the clerk will place Article 16 on the ballot as printed. Article 18. All right, and Ms. Katie, you gave me some language here. You can actually move the article in this language. You do not have to move it as printed. And if you'd like to do that, I would help you read it in that language if you don't have a copy of that, okay? So when you move it, you can move it in that language, and then we don't need to vote on an amendment. You've got it. You're there, okay? All right, Article 18, I need to read it as it is. Shall we repeal the former vote, Article 18, shall we repeal the former vote to have current use penalty go 50% to the Conservation Commission and now have all money from the current use change penalty go to a town trust to build a safety complex and for any future building needs in Deerfield, since the town already has over 39% land in conservation or untaxable parcels and 66% is in current use, which means any change can be penalized and money put to use in a trust fund set up with the penalty money. And now I'm going to look for a motion to place this article on the ballot in amended language, and then I will try to read the amended language. Could I have that motion, Ms. Katie?
I move the article be placed on the warrant.
In the amended language. So I'm working on it. No, wait. No, I have to read it before you can. We got to get this clean. I can't hold on to a pen here. All right. Shall we repeal, this is the amended language that's being moved. Shall we repeal the former vote to have current use penalty of 50% to the Conservation Commission? No, I'm sorry. Shall we repeal the former vote to have current use penalty go 50% to Shall we repeal the former vote to have current use penalty go to town general fund so selectmen can establish a trust fund to be used for a safety complex or buildings for town use of future building needs? Did I get that right? Is that good? All right, so I'm going to just strike here so I can do this again. All right, so now do we have a second for this article as moved? Okay, Ms. Reel. Reel. Who was the second? Reel. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 18 in this language. Shall we repeal the former vote to have current use penalty go to town general fund so selectmen can establish a trust fund to be used for a safety complex or buildings for town use of future building needs? And now, Ms. Katie, it's your turn if you'd like to speak to that.
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
Yes.
We have a petitioned article that the petitioners signed with specific language.
Yes.
And now we have the, I assume, person who circulated the petition now changing the wording of that petitioned article.
Yes.
Shouldn't that take place on the floor after the petitioned article is brought forward?
My understanding is that you can move an article in different language than it was written in, and I know Ms. Katie is doing this on advice of counsel that I shared with her before the meeting, and I think we're fine.
Okay.
But I'm not an attorney, and if I were, I still might be wrong, so I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Ms. Katie.
Basically, what this petitioned article is trying to accomplish is to use monies that presently could go into the general fund and be instead put to a trust fund. Can't do that. They have to have a specific amount going into trust according to town council. So the amendment or the wording was changed to say that the money that presently goes from current use penalties all go to the town, and then next year a trust fund could be set up to have that money go for town buildings, and it might be the safety complex or it might be a new town office complex, whatever the people decide is needed. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Hartnett.
She said it's Mr. McGarry.
Oh, Mr. McGarry.
It's that same issue he's got.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Again, the explanation provided by Mrs. Katie does not stand to be consistent with the petitioned article that was signed by those petitioners. And I find it difficult to have her on her own behalf make the change, speaking for the petitioners when they're not here.
Mr. Moderator?
All right.
Mr. Moderator?
I have ruled that, I know it's in the law that an article can be moved in different language than it was written. I don't know if we have a particular case here with petition and if we would need to go through starting with the first one and changing it to the second one. I don't know that. I'm ruling that we don't have to do that. You can challenge the ruling of the moderator. We can vote on that if you'd like. I think we're going to wind up at the same place when we're done. But that's open right now. If somebody wants to challenge the ruling of the moderator, we'll have a vote to sustain the moderator or not, and we can move forward that way.
Mr. Moderator?
All right. Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, I don't wish to challenge the motion of the moderator, but I would advise that I'm in agreement with Mr. McGarry. The very purpose of the warrant is to warrant the specifics as they come to the meeting, and if they're changed somewhere between their initial submission and presentation at the meeting, I think we're in violation of the very definition of the warrant.
All right. The purpose of a warrant is to inform the voters of the subjects that will be considered at the meeting. The subjects. As long as we stay on the subject, we are consistent with the warning that has been given to the town. We cannot at this meeting consider building a safety complex. It was not warned. So the purpose of the warrant is not to say what we're going to do, it's to say what we're going to talk about. That's why it's called a warning. It's warning about subject. This is warned. We have not changed the subject. All right, we are very clean on that. It's not a debated, That is the way the language works in every instance.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Barry.
Could you read the warrant that we are considering right now one more time for me, please?
Read as it was printed or as it's amended?
As we're speaking to.
New language.
Shall we repeal the former vote to have current use penalty go to town general funds so selectmen can establish a trust fund to be used for a safety complex or building for town use of future building needs?
Mr. Moderator?
And did you mean for me to continue with anything else on that? No, she's not here. There's a ... there's an ellipsis after that, but I don't
Mr. Moderator?
know that. Yes, Mr. Barry.
Shall we repeal, believe the language is incorrect. Right now, 50% of the current use change penalty goes to the town and 50% goes to the Conservation Commission. As you've read the warrant as it is now, it's asking us to, first off, I don't believe a vote was ever taken to send 50% to the town. I think a vote was taken to send 50% to the Conservation Commission. I don't know how we could vote to repeal a vote that we never took. I think the wording is way off right now.
All right, I mean, if you choose to offer an amendment, you can do that, you know.
So the stated purpose of the warrant, as you've read it to me, would be to continue doing what we do now. And then consider taking the 50% that the general fund receives now into a trust fund.
All right, I want to be pretty cautious about saying what it means. I don't think this article establishes a trust fund. I think.
No, it does not.
It takes a vote of the meeting.
We'd have to
That
consider
would come up in
bringing
the
that up
future.
next year, but
Under this language, that would come up in the future. I think the intent here is that all of the money that's for current use penalty go to the town. I think that's the intent of this article.
I don't believe that's what it says.
All right. I think that's the intent here.
Mr. Moderator, you are interpreting the intent.
Right. It'll be in the minutes then. I think we are acknowledging that's the intent of the article. If someone wants to amend it,
Does anybody here
we can
think that's
leave
the
that
intent?
open to your amendment. Mr. Berglund.
Two things. One, I agree with Andy, Selectman Robertson. Let's go back and start, this may seem like backing up, but it's dotting i's and crossing t's. We should have the article as in the warrant put on the floor. You said before, once it's put on the floor, it's owned by the body. We didn't have that chance. So it was somehow...
It was put on the floor in different language.
No. Well, it's not the same it's not the same language. So which way is it? It's sort of, I think we're jumping to some amendment version of the
All right,
original.
I've already ruled on that. So if you want to challenge the ruling of the moderator and try to cause the meeting to move in a different direction, you can do that. But right now, we're open for amendments or discussion of Article 18 as it was moved. I think we're right dead on the law. I think we're doing the right things here.
Okay, it's yours. I'm not going to challenge it. But I have one other point, which I said before. I had two. One is, the second one is, the intent of this motion, as written in the warrant, and as I hear it in this revised version, is to set up a trust fund for an emergency services building. That's the intent and the purpose and the subject.
Mr. Moderator?
No,
Thank
this does not set up a trust fund. directs toward, I believe it directs towards setting up a trust fund, that there would have to
Okay,
be,
well,
that
that's- yeah.
language would have
It
to be
doesn't set it up.
explicit to create a trust fund.
Mr. Moderator.
Okay.
Just a minute, let me finish with where we are. Okay, we're good now. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Berry.
I make a motion to challenge the ruling of the moderator and return
All right,
the,
what, you want to, you say the article cannot be moved in different language?
Make a motion to challenge the
I make a
moderator and go to the
motion to
original.
challenge the ruling of the moderator and return the warrant to its original printed language.
All right, I think we better read the law about that to make sure.
We have.
So it's been moved and seconded to challenge the ruling of the moderator that a petitioner may, or that anyone may move an article in different language than it was printed. We're going to pause for a minute because I want you to have the law in front of you before you decide this. I don't want you to think I'm making this stuff up.
I agree with you, sir, but what I'm challenging is your ruling to go forward with different language. I'd like to simplify this and return to the original language and put it on the floor and be amended if necessary on the floor.
Andy.
If to make it cleaner, Mr. Moderator.
No, just wait. We got to get the law in front of us.
Is there a law against challenging the ruling of the moderator?
Nope. But there's a law about how you move articles. That's what I'm trying to stay with the law. In fact, you can't challenge the ruling of the moderator if it's simply following the law. We can't invent new law here. So let's just see.
Can I ask for a point of information?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, I also believe that a ruling, that a motion to overrule the moderator is not debatable.
Right, but we have to both speak to why we choose to do that. I have to speak, you have to speak. Ms. Sears, what was your?
Yeah, my name is Suzanne Sears. I live on Birch Road. One of my big questions is, where's our legal counsel? Don't we pay for legal counsel? We're talking about budgets. One of the line items is to pay for legal counsel. He doesn't show up when we gather? Come on, this is ridiculous. It's almost becoming laughable. I don't understand it. We're going round and round, and we're chasing our tail, and we haven't gotten anywhere. Can we, can't we? Yes, we can, maybe can't, no. We should have legal counsel, get a definitive answer, move forward. I mean, I understand the moderator, and I respect Jack wholeheartedly, but, I mean, some of this is almost becoming laughable, as I said.
Okay, we're going to need to recess. I've got to get the law in front of us. If I accept a challenge and it's outside the law, then I've really messed you guys up. So we're going to have to recess. I'm going to have to look this stuff up. This is all we have. I got the law book. So the meeting stands recessed.
For how long?
Stand recess. Ernie, what were you going to say?
Ernie, what we... If the... All right, I can't dig this out in this forum, dig out the law to that degree, and I think maybe we don't harm Deerfield at all in any way I can see if we require that petitioned articles be moved in their original language and not be moved in different language, though Ms. Katie did that because I had suggested it to her, because I shared the legal opinion that some of what was in her original petition was not going to work as they intended, and she was trying to comply with that legal advice that I passed on to her. I think it's fine if we do that. So the way to get there, maybe, and this is different than what I just talked to you about, Harriet, is maybe just go with the challenge to the ruling. I don't think it's going to hurt us. And reverse my ruling, which I think is following the law. That would sort of establish the precedent in Deerfield that petitioned warrant articles, which probably shouldn't be, it's not pretty, but would then always, until we change that, begin at the meeting in their original language. That's not a bad thing, as long as it's legal. So maybe we just move forward on that. So we have, it's been moved and seconded to challenge the ruling of the moderator that Ms. Katie was allowed to move her article in language different than the original language. And I guess I would, in the interest of our time and effort, encourage you to support that challenge. So the way this works is, do you sustain the ruling of the moderator? So all in favor of sustaining the ruling of the moderator, okay. Vote yes now. Raise your voting cards and keep them raised. Yes. What does it mean to sustain? Can you just tell us? If you sustain the ruling of the moderator, we just dig ourselves in deeper. So I am serious. If you sustain the ruling of the moderator, that means we're working with the language, the modified language that Ms. Katie proposed on my suggestion, instead of just we would go back and she would move the article in the original language. In simple language, you don't support my ruling. You don't support me. Please don't, to move us forward. The outcome is, in the future, at these sessions, petitioned warrant articles would always be moved in the original language, which is not a bad thing anyway, so we'll go with that unless someone challenges in the court. So all those in favor of sustaining the moderator's ruling, please raise your voting cards and keep them raised. Thank you. Those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. The nays have it. The moderator is not sustained, and now the motion, the article is off the floor. And Ms. Katie, would you like to move the article in the original language or not? No. Would someone else please move the article? We need to consider this article. The article has been moved as printed. I should probably read it again because we're starting over. Shall we repeal the former vote to have current use penalty of 50%, go 50% to the Conservation Commission, and now have all money from the current use change penalty go to a town trust to build a safety complex and for any future building needs in Deerfield, since the town already has over 39% land in conservation or untaxable parcels and 66% is in current use, which means any change can be penalized and money put to use in a trust fund set up with the penalty money. It has been moved and seconded to place this article on the ballot as printed. The article is now open for discussion and amendment. Mr. Barry, you moved it.
I did not move it, sir.
I thought
yes, I did. I'm sorry. I'm so confused. The Board of Selectmen, I don't see how we could support this article, but the problem I have with it as it's written, so the town has over 39% land in conservation and 66% is in current use. It doesn't leave much for taxation, and I don't think we'd be able to, I don't think that's correct at all.
I think that's saying 66% of that 39, but whatever.
Yeah, I moved, and again, I moved this for housekeeping reasons.
Yeah. I don't have a question right now, but you will have a chance if you get in line. Mr. Robert?
Well, Ernie Robert, Maple Ave. With this ensuing storm here, I didn't know where we've been and where we're going, and that's some of the questions I had in regards to the 39%, 6%. So I guess I'll defer. What I was going to request is somebody knowledgeable who can address some of these items so I can understand.
All right, we have a question now. Does somebody want to speak to the specifics of this? Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you very much. Kate Hartnett, Thurston Pond Road. So I would like to speak to the 39%, and I'm glad Ms. Katie's here because I'd like to understand where that number came from.
I don't think you
You have to ask questions through the
Yeah,
chair.
May we establish where the 39% came from, please?
If someone wants to, no one is required to answer that. If anybody wants to speak to that.
Well, I can answer it if no one wants to speak to it.
Oh.
I think.
Okay.
I think that we
Rhetorical.
should know that 39% is conservation land, town-owned land, state parks, so that, and, that includes the roads, so forth. So that came from Alan O'Neill, unfortunately he's left, who mapped it out when he was a selectman. And the 66% is on the MS1 form as how much of the town's current land is in current use.
That's of the total land in the town?
Town-owned land.
Of the total land in the town. That does not mean we're only left with 34% tax, so to speak. 34% of the town is taxed in regular ways. The conservation land is taxed at a very reduced rate because you cannot develop it. And then of course, the land that is in roads or town-owned or state parks is not taxed.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, thank you. Well, I certainly respect Mr. O'Neill and his work on the GIS. I've got this open space plan from 2010, and we have the master plan. And I agree that all the numbers don't line up exactly, but I would like just for people to see as a benefit, taken from those two documents, my current understanding of how much land is totally in Deerfield, how much land is in conservation, what the role of the use change tax is over the last 30 years, and the tax impact, which I think speaks to the intent of this article, if I may. It's a one-page summary. It'll take me 4 minutes. May I do that? I've got the information here.
Is there any objection to allowing Ms. Hartnett 4 minutes to read what she has? Seeing none, go ahead, go forward.
Okay, so people should have a copy of this paper here, and we may not have enough copies, so share. There's about 52 square miles in Deerfield, 100%. The green infrastructure goal, which is in this, is about 38%, and that includes all the different things like sand and gravel and drinking water and flood storage and riparian and all that stuff that's listed here. That's our goal, ultimately, to keep a rural town and keep it being an ecologically healthy town. However, our conservation lands currently are about 3,200 acres, which is 10% of the town, not all in the green infrastructure. It's 10%, 3,200 acres. State land is about the same, which is another 10%. So we have about 20% between state and town conservation lands. Okay? I can't speak to another 20% being in roads and things, but I think that's not likely. The funding over the last 30 years that has generated those 3,200 acres has used the land use change tax, and also when the town votes through our property tax contributions in previous town meetings, to leverage a bunch of other sources, federal and state, as well as individual contributions. If we didn't have this land use change tax, many of those other sources we couldn't have access to because we need to have some funds to kick in. So our 10% has taken 30 years using a lot of leveraging to get this point. I think most importantly, to the people who have the subject of this warrant article, it is absolutely documented that residential development costs more, which is why every single article to this point has been about rescue and fire department roads and municipal buildings and recreation, the transfer station and milfoil and on. And that's where our tax dollars are going. That 10% land that's in conservation is actually contributing 65 cents for every dollar. That's based on cost of community services. And it is my understanding from folks that the state land is also chipping in money. So I don't think that the either intent or subject of this article is accurate in its characterization. And I thank you for the time to express that. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to talk to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spillane.
Thank you. I would like to entertain a motion to clarify the language because we know there were problems with it as written. I would like to clarify the language, and I do have a copy you can look at afterwards.
Thank you.
Amending this to say, shall 100% of current use penalty fees go to the general fund with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we have a proposed amendment to replace the language of Article 18 with this new language. Do we have a second? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to replace the language of Article 18 with, shall 100% of current use penalty fees go to the general fund with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds. The amendment is now open for discussion. Mr. Spillane, did you want to say anything about that?
Simply trying to clarify the language that was put forth in the original article and maintaining some level of accuracy. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Moderator? Ms. Katie.
One of the things that bothers me is we keep hearing that putting land in conservation absolutely saves money because we don't get development. But it also has a cost, and the cost has been that our children can't afford to buy the house lots because they have become so expensive. That is a further cost to the state of New Hampshire. We are losing our college graduates and our young people to states that they can afford to live in.
This is good, but we need to just, should we amend the article first? Let us do that first, and then you can.
And it goes
say
to
this.
speaking, the amendment should be the same as what the original article intended, and that is to allow that if there is current use penalty, it will help the taxpayers pay for the future building needs in the town of Deerfield. And we know those needs keep coming up in a need for a safety complex.
All right, we want to keep our conversation now. Let's not talk about the article in general, but just should we amend the article? Let's get that off the floor first. So is there any discussion on the amendment to the article? Mr. Berry.
To get to the actual subject that we're talking about, the amendment, and how much money we're talking about with this amendment. We collected almost $194,000 last year in current use change tax, which means that $97,000 went to the Conservation Commission. 99?
Any further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready for the vote? The vote is on, should we amend Article 18, which we had been advised has legal problems, I would note, to the new language, shall 100% of current use penalty fees go to the general fund with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds. All in favor of replacing the original language with this new language, please signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Okay, cards down. Those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. All right, this is pretty close. If we fail to adopt this, it's not going to take the article off the ballot. It's just going to make it more cumbersome to work on if it passes. I think we need to count this, so if we could get Dick Beauvais, who else here is a? Is Roger here? Roger Marquis. People who are sworn is. Yeah, two is going to do it. All right. Now, people got to stay where they are because we've got to be able to count cards. So everybody should sit down and stay in your seat. And we're going to make a dividing line here. And we're going to
Again, there's a problem if 100% comes. If 100% comes to us, it creates a revenue problem.
everybody over there. You count everybody over here. If you favor this amendment to Article 18 to make the language clearer and in compliance, so there's not the legal issues that was proposed. It's articulated well, I think, by Mr. Spillane. If you favor the amendment, please signify by raising your voting cards, and you've got to hold them up for a long time. You're going to be counted now.
Well, I'm
Please.
totally confused. I'm very confused by this. You're saying that the intent is to clarify the article?
The intent of what? The intent of the amendment is to clarify the article. That's what
Right.
I said.
Right. And so the amendment, because right now the number is 50% and the amendment is 100%?
I think the intention is exactly the same, but we don't need to talk about this anymore. We're really voting on it.
I have had some confusion here, not much just myself, others. I just want to be, I'm not clear on, I just need someone to further explain it so I can understand it, that's all.
Shall when it's to amend the article whose intention was, the article was it intention, oh man. There are too many editors.
Jack?
I believe the intention of the petitioners in filing this article was that all current use money go to support building buildings in the town or to the general fund or something, not to Conservation Commission. And I'm getting nods from petitioners. That is true. The intention of this replacement is the same. All right? It's not changing the allocation of money, this amendment. It is making legal problems with the original wording. It's removing those. All right? That's what it's doing. It gives us cleaner language. So this is a vote on whether we replace the original language in Article 18, which you have printed, with shall 100% of current use penalty fees go to the general fund with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds. If you favor replacing the language with this new language, then raise your voting cards and keep them raised. And then please count and just be careful to get only the ones you're assigned to. Sure. And you counted these guys? And you counted these? Thank you. If you oppose amending the article, now hands down, if you oppose amending the article, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. All right, thank you. Hands down. Thank you, too. So we have the vote, yes 35, no 30. The article stands amended to the new language. Can I take that back now? You can have it at the end. So now we're back on Article 18 as amended. Shall 100% of current use penalty fees go to the general fund with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds? The article is now open as amended for debate or amendment. Mr. Berglund.
Eric Berglund, Nottingham Road. I've read the law about petitioned articles, and it talks about very specifically the subject of the article must be retained through any amendments. And I view this article, the subject is to set up a trust fund for an emergency services building. So with that in mind, I have another amendment to really replace what's on the floor right now. And I'd like to read that.
Yeah, go ahead.
As soon as I can see it. To see if the town will vote to create a town-funded trust fund pursuant to RSA 31:19-A, to be known as the Emergency Services Building Fund, for the purpose of financing construction and other costs incurred by the town to build an emergency services building, to appoint the select board as agents to spend this fund, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $1 to be placed in this fund.
Mr. Moderator?
Just a minute.
Mr. Moderator, I believe that's a completely different article from the total article that was proposed and petitioned.
Yeah, Mr. Berry?
At this point, I would disagree with Mr. Berglund. I believe the subject of this warrant article is the current use change penalty, not whether or not we should establish a trust fund. I think that the subject is the use of the current use change penalty submitted to the town. And I would say that his amendment changes the subject.
Yeah, I think it's too close to the line. I don't think we can allow that. That's a very tough call, but I'm going to say we can't allow that amendment. We're not establishing a town. Their original article was establishing a town trust, but we are getting a little afield from that.
No, the original article did not establish a town trust.
It didn't establish it, but it thought it did, right? Thought it did. Yeah, Ms. Katie.
I think based on the legal opinion you showed me this morning that that article could not establish a trust. Therefore, it couldn't have been for a trust, but it was specific.
Yeah, no, I don't think we can replace this article with an article which simply establishes a trust and doesn't consider the current use penalty funds. I think that's a substantive part now of the subject matter of the article, and I'm not comfortable eliminating it. Though in previous conversation with the people that are proposing this, I said, yeah, I think that's fine. Where we are now, and in light of sort of what we've done so far, I can't stay there, but that could be challenged, and you guys could overrule me, and we could find a new candidate for moderator anytime anybody's ready to step up and try this. It's a heck of a good time. Joanne, help me with your last name.
Bradbury.
Thank you.
Is this the appropriate time to offer an amendment to the article?
Yes, it is.
My amendment, I agree, the intent of the article is a discussion of how the current use change penalty is used. And my amendment to the article, it would read as such. Shall we designate the Conservation Commission as agents to expend 100% of the current use change penalty for purposes of conservation in Deerfield?
It's a fair one. I'll bring that up.
Where's the language we're on now?
We'll come back.
So, yeah, could you read that again, please?
Yes. Shall we designate the Conservation Commission as agents to expend 100% of the current use change penalty for purposes of conservation in Deerfield?
Is that a legal use and stuff? Oh, yeah. Totally. All right, I think we're on the subject, so I guess we can do this. Do we have a second for that motion,
I'm concerned we'll get something else.
that amendment? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to amend the language of Article 18 to, and could I have that in writing now?
Yeah.
Shall we designate the Conservation Commission as agents to expend 100% of the incurred use change penalty for purposes of conservation in Deerfield? So this would direct the funds from which the article currently would direct to the general fund and encouraging that it go to buildings, instead have it go to the Conservation Commission. And that, what's that? I know it is. So that amendment is now open for discussion. Ms. Hartnett, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
I am Bradbury. I think it's self-explanatory language. I do believe quite certainly that it will help reduce our tax burden in Deerfield.
Yeah, Mr. Berry?
The article, the amendment as currently proposed would cost the town $100,000 in revenue. That's about 18 cents on the dollar. We'd lose the half of the current use change tax that the town uses to offset the amount raised by taxes. So this amendment would cost you money.
100,000. Ms. Katie?
Once again, I warn, this changes the intent of the petitioners. If we wanted the Conservation Commission to handle the money, we would have given it to them. Further, I don't believe the law allows the Conservation Commission in any way to expend the money for buildings. If you look at the laws of what is charged to their duties versus what is charged to the duties of the selectmen under RSA 40, you will find the conservation has very directed duties. This would violate the law of their duties.
And just, could I get a little clarity on that? What was the part you said about buildings? What was that referring to?
Under the New Hampshire law, the selectmen are charged with the responsibility of the buildings of the community. There is nothing in conservation charges of law that they are charged with the duty and responsibility of maintaining or building buildings.
All right, I'm not seeing a reference to buildings in the revised language, so I'm missing that.
Me too.
Ms. Hartnett?
I need help here because I think we've spent over an hour of a lot of good people's time on something that was originally submitted with a great deal of ambiguity. It seems to me arguably there may be two subjects in this warrant article, and I think that the body has clarified that the main subject is the land use change tax, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so can we work collectively to figure out a way to have the article say, just leave it as it is, 50% Conservation Commission, 50% town? I don't know how to do that, but that's what I'm asking. Can we do that? Just go back to that.
I would answer that.
I know. I understand that.
Well,
I know.
I think there's a couple of things here.
I'm
One
trying
thing
to
is
clarify process.
You cannot simply nullify an article. You can make an article that has specific consequence become advisory. You cannot nullify an article. And I think the point that was made earlier about, having the voters vote is one for all of us to keep in mind now, that we not get too much into thinking we need to sort of manage stuff. But let's consider your question now. Mr. Barry, did you want to speak to what you had to say?
Yes, I think the clearest way that we can continue having things the way they are is to leave the article as it stands. This town has consistently voted for conservation and the Conservation Commission's projects. I think if we leave the article as it stands, it will be defeated and things will remain as they are.
Thank you for that. My problem is that I don't think the 39% is accurate, and so it's misleading.
Wait a minute, didn't we? Wait one
That's
second.
gone.
Wait 1 second.
That's gone.
Okay. Okay.
We already amended the article. There's no reference to 39% in the
apologies.
article.
That's great. Good. Thank you very much. A little mind cramp. I apologize.
Jim, move the question.
Could you read the article again as it's?
Shall we designate the Conservation Commission as agents to expend 100% of the current use change penalty for purposes of conservation in Deerfield?
Okay.
People who knew more than I about conservation law and tax law and stuff, if they have any comments on this, they're welcome.
Well, I
I
still.
don't know much about that at all. Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Eric
Bergman.
Berglund, Nottingham Road. I think I've seen in past town meetings when articles came up like this, which really have, I think the trust fund is the main subject, but you could look at two subjects. And so the way that was handled is to split it into two articles, one around land use change tax and one around the trust fund for, in this case, emergency services building. Is that something we could consider doing here? It keeps the gist of the original proposed petition amendment or warrant article in place because it's got the two things in it, but they're in separate articles, which is easier to understand, for people to understand, the voters to understand, and to handle.
I've asked that question specifically, and at this point, we are advised not to split articles in SB2 towns. If we had regular town meetings, we used to do that. We have not done it since we stopped. Mr. Spillane, if you wanted a bill to bring before the legislature, I think there are cases in which this would be a really healthy thing to be able to do at these. We would need, I think, that explicit authorization. So we don't do that now. I have asked that question in the past.
If
There
we
have been
could-
moments when it would have been
If we could, I
perfect.
think we have two versions of the amendment, the land use change tax, and the one I read about the emergency services building, trust fund.
We can't make
Yeah.
two articles out of
Okay.
this at this
Thank you.
point. I've been advised we should not do that in this form of government.
That's behind me. I think the smartest thing for us to do is to defeat the most recent amendment, default back to the one that Mr. Spillane made, And what that allows is if people support all of the funds going to some sort of trust fund that the selectmen would put together and come back to next year. Well, that's what's currently on the table. Mr. Splain's amendment was passed, was it not?
No, we've had, that was defeated, we had,
No,
No.
mine's still there.
You passed Mr. Spillane's amendment.
It was the 30-35, was it not?
oh, wait a second, all right, wait a second.
The one with the numbers was defeated. Mine was passed.
Mr. Spillane's was passed.
Okay. Now we have another one on the floor.
Now we have another one on the floor.
All right, so I'm sorry, I'm,
Okay, so I am speaking in
can we stop
opposition.
and I'll take a nap and then we.
I'm speaking in opposition to the
I'm
current
sorry,
one.
I'm totally wrong about that. Where
To
we
the-
are now, let's see, I'm testing myself. Where we are now is we adopted the amendment simplifying the language proposed by Mr. Spillane, and we are considering an amendment to designate the Conservation Commission as agents for 100%.
Correct.
You're
I am
right
in
in order, then.
opposition
Thank
to the current amendment.
Thank you.
I would like to see the one that Mr. Spillane made go forward to the voters. Because that way, if people would like to see 100% of land use change tax go to some sort of trust fund to be created by the selectmen and presumably brought to us next year at town meeting, they could do that. If they would like us to just go back to the 50-50 system, then they can vote no, and things will continue as they were. I think it allows the best choice for the voters right now.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spillane,
I move the question.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to close debate on changing the language. So now, the language we currently have is, oops, that's not it. Wait a minute, I got to get that language. Do you have that language?
You want to stop debate first?
But I have to say what we're stopping debate of. What's the language Mr. Spillane turned in? Oh, it's right here. I got it. Yeah, I need a guide dog now. All right. So the current language is, shall 100 use of current use penalty fees go to the general fund with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds. And the proposed amendment is, shall we designate the Conservation Commission as agents to expend 100% of the current use change penalty for purposes of conservation in Deerfield? Should we close debate on considering this amendment, or should we continue to allow, wait a minute, does anybody else want to speak? Oh, we don't need that vote.
Vote yes will give us what?
We're not there yet. Does anybody else want to speak to the amendment?
Proposed amendment.
The proposed amendment, right. No, so we don't even need this vote. We're ready to vote. So this is a vote on amending Article 18. The language we have is, shall 100% of current use penalty fees go to the general fund and with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds. That's what we have. If we vote yes, what is it? That's what we're doing right now.
No, you just read the other one. Read hers.
I want everyone's attention. I'm going to start over. I'm going to start over. Listen to me. The current language is, shall 100% of current use penalty fees go to the general fund with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds. The proposed amendment would read, shall we designate the Conservation Commission as agents to expend 100% of the current use change penalty for purposes of conservation in Deerfield? As many as are in favor of adopting the amended language, changing to the new language, signify by raising your voting cards and keeping them raised. Hands down. Those opposed, raise your voting cards and keep them raised. I only get partway across the room, and the nays have it totally. So the amendment is defeated. The language stands as, shall 100% of current use penalty fees go to the general fund with the advisement to the select board to create and fund a town trust to build a safety complex or other town building needs with those funds.
Mr. Moderator?
Is there any further discussion on this article as amended? Ms. Katie wants to move the question. We might not have
I
any.
already asked to be recognized.
All right, we have one speaker, and then we're going to take up that motion. Mr. Berry.
Again, I would recommend the language continue as it is. It is a clear decision for the voters of the town to either keep things as they are or change them to something else. It's clear. It's a clear choice. Right now, 50% of the current use change tax goes to the Conservation Commission, and 50% comes to the general fund as revenue.
Perfect.
If they want this to change, they will vote yes for this article. If they do not, they will vote no.
Okay.
All right, it's been moved to close debate, but is there anyone else who wants to speak? Do we need to have a vote on this, or we just go?
All set.
All right. The clerk will place Article 17 on the ballot as amended.
18, sir.
18, sorry. Article 18 on the ballot as amended. Article 19.
Hour and 8 minutes.
Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 40:14-B to delegate the determination of the default town budget to the Municipal Budget Committee, which has been adopted under RSA 32:14? What action do you wish to take on this article? Do we have a motion to place it on the ballot?
For housekeeping purposes.
So moved by Ms. Katie. Do we have a second? Yeah, Mr. Dillon. It's been moved and seconded to place the article on the ballot as printed. This article is open for discussion. It cannot be amended because this is prescribed language in the law. Is there any discussion on this article? Mrs. Katie? Did you want to speak to this?
Everybody I talk to thinks the Budget Committee does the default budget. So, this article, I guess it's been on 4 or 5 years, it just, people don't think we need it because they don't understand the Budget Committee does not do or have anything to say about the default budget.
Other speakers. Mr. Berry.
I offer as opposition to this article the fact that we couldn't get 6 people to sign the MBC budget this year. Never mind the default budget.
Ms. Hutchinson.
This question comes up every year. I think it's been on the petition last few years. And as someone who served on the Municipal Budget Committee for many terms and now the Select Board, I just want to assure you that as a member of the MBC, you typically don't go into the detail that you would need to understand default budgets and regular budgets and all the lines. I would strongly recommend defeat of this article as well.
Mr. McGarry.
Mr. Moderator, I was just wondering what the vote was last year on this same article.
We don't have it at this point.
Look that up on the web.
But it was defeated.
It
Yes.
was defeated.
It's been defeated at least the last 2 years.
Oh. Who was that?
I don't recall her name.
Further discussion. Mr. Spillane.
I just have to object to the statement made that the MBC doesn't have the ability to go deep enough to understand default budgets or regular budgets. Those were used together, and we go into detail and understand the budget quite well. And the default budget is a simple process. The outline rules for that are set by DRA. All one-time expenditures are removed unless they're contractual obligations. It's the same budget as you had last year, except for those one-time expenditures. Where it gets iffy is deciding whether something was a one-time expenditure or whether you've decided that that's promised money to somebody, and that's where there's a lot of fudging. Unfortunately, at this time, the DRA does not validate default budgets, and that's why this keeps coming back up.
Thank you.
In the
Mr.
absence of
Boudreaux.
Mr. Winslow, may I move that we adjourn?
No, we got to get this on the ballot. We got a little bit more to do. Is there any more discussion on this article? Article 19. Okay, the clerk will place Article 19 on the ballot as printed. Is there any further business of any kind of informal, that anyone wants to bring up right now, like announcements? Mr. Cameron? Oh, right. Where do you have? I know. But
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mal Cameron from 91 Mountain View Road. Just a point of information for everybody. If you look to the front, we've gone through a lot of battling today, and in our democratic way of doing our business that we have to do every year for the town. But you may be interested to know, those of you who don't, if you look up behind you at the seal of Deerfield, New Hampshire, you see the date, 1766. Most of you realize this is the 250th anniversary year of that. And it turns out that on this very date, 250 years ago today, the very first town meeting was held here in Deerfield. So we're carrying on a great tradition. Thank you.
All right, that meeting was held in the home of Sam Levitt. It was specified in the charter or in the incorporation that it had to be done in the first 3 weeks after the incorporation was signed on January 8th, 1766. Also, just while we're on that subject a little bit, there's a lot of people working on the celebration of the 250th anniversary of this town that was sort of voted on, making a committee 2 years ago in our voting. And we hope to have every group in Deerfield, and I think we do, participating in that this is all the things we share, which are a great many. It's not a political event, and it's just a celebration event and a commemoration of our heritage. We had a great beginning on January 9th in this hall. The next event is on April 16th, when we will have the townwide cleanup, celebrating the 250th and making us look beautiful. We're going to have a lot of daffodils coming up that were planted last fall. We're going to have the end of this beard growing contest, and we can lose the itch. And we're going to dig out there's a 4-hole, 2-story outhouse behind me. We're going to excavate and find all the things we can in there and have a big chili and chowder fest in this hall. I hope people will attend and bring food. And then in July, on the 15th, 16th, and 17th, with every group in the town participating, we will have a big celebration, much of it on the fairgrounds, but on the 17th, we're looking to the fire department to do a nice ham and bean dinner for us in the fire station or wherever you'd like in the town center. And there's a lot of events going on. I hope you'll stay in touch with that. I hope we can make this something that includes everyone from Deerfield. There's a lot of great stuff happening and great contributions being made. So it's sort of celebrating us and remembering our history and recognizing where we've come from and how all this works and staying in touch with it. Is there anything else we should consider before we close? Ms. Hartnett?
Yeah, two things. One is I'm going to take off my Conservation Commission hat, put on my Planning Board hat. I know this body cannot discuss the Planning Board amendments, and it's not my intent to do that. All I'd like to say, if anybody has any questions on these housekeeping Planning Board articles, please contact me or Fred McGarry, or come to a meeting and talk about it so we can get the word out on what we're trying to do here, so that people understand what they're voting on, since we can't talk about it today. The second thing is I would just again like to stress, Conservation Commission hat back on, we're very happy understanding as a Planning Board member, there's a lot of development coming to town. We're very happy at the 50% for land use change tax. So whatever we need to get there, that's what I'm trying to say. Thanks very much.
Ms. Katie?
Under other business, I had a citizen ask me why we couldn't have the school and the town meeting on the same day. And that goes back to when the school felt that by being second, they lost their budget. And I'd like to see us go back to everybody on the same day, simply because you don't have to come out 2 Saturdays in a row and the cost would be less. And maybe they could agree that one year one go first, the second year the other one go whatever, but the cost of the 2 days would be saved.
On that note, the school deliberative session is Saturday, February 6th at 9 a.m. That's next Saturday, 9 a.m. at the school. That will be at the school, not in this hall. It's going to be at the school because I think this hall is going to be set up for voting at that point or something. So we're going to meet at the school next Saturday to discuss and amend the school budget and prepare it for voting. Mr. Barry.
I'd like to thank everyone for coming. I'd like to thank the budget clerks for doing their job and the Women's Club for being here, and I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn this meeting. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, thank you. Thanks, man. That was good wording. That was nice.